That's the Al Masu Mosque in Iran, and it is burning down. Apparently, um, hopefully you can hear evening with those of you Christ Ratios. Now you know that that's a note on a teleprompter because it's 11 a.m. For those new here, my name is Father Joseph Swade, and I've worked in Orthodox Apologetics since 1998 and the founder of NFTU True Orthodox and Ecumenical News since 2004. We've been in the apologetic space on Facebook since 2016 and on YouTube since 2018. And if you appreciate what we do here, please like and subscribe. I'm doing a live Q&A session because it seems that it's a pretty cranky atmosphere, and that's kind of the atmosphere I work best in. So just make sure if you can hear me, let me know. If you can't, let me know because I am working off of the laptop. You can tell because I don't have the utterly cool icon tapestry behind me. I do have the other tapestry on the right, but I was too tired to arrange my computer. So far, in this good morning, I have had a long, weird telemarketing call from the Republican National Convention desperately wanting to spread its phone number. So I put that on my X, and then next thing I know, there's a mosque burning, a major mosque in Iran. This isn't actually a surprise to me because if you look, even in the past 2 years, out of the 75,000 mosques in Iran that exist, 50,000 of them have closed as of 2023 due to a lack of attendance. So basically, Islam in Iran is collapsing, as is, I guess, the government of Iran, which is Islamist. Um, then people wanted to argue. Some guy wanted to argue about becoming a Monophysite. I guess he was going with the Roman Catholics, and then he became Monophysite. So I was like, okay, well, if people are this punchy right now, I may as well start a stream. So there's no kind of motivation to this other than the fact that uh, things are kind of crazy town. It is a live Q&A, so you can call in just by using the link in the StreamYard link in on YouTube or on X. And so I don't know if people are like they're looking to type the right now or X. Okay, so yeah, my audio is sort of working. That's good. Let me pin the comment in YouTube. And so this is, if you want to defend your particular religious conflict, feel free. I mean, this is what it's for. So if you're say like for example, an offended Muslim, I'm more than happy to hear from you. If you're an offended Roman Catholic, more than happy to hear from you. If you're an offended Monophysite, I'm really cool with talking to people who are offended by what I'm saying because frankly, you have a right to be offended and you also have a right to be wrong. And so basically, that is what we are here to discuss. Like ultimately, sometimes it feels like I don't know, talking into the air because of the fact that people have a lot to say until we say, hey, come on live and discuss it. And no one ever comes on live that wants to argue. Very few people. I don't know what it is. Is it? Maybe it's my face. Maybe I just like scare people or something. I don't know. But the point is, if you have a religious opinion outside of true orthodoxy and you want to defend it, feel free. I have my water and my coffee. I'm in a particularly joyous mood after being awakened once again by the Republican National Committee. I don't know why they decided to call me early in the morning. I'm not a morning person. So that's how we got here. So I wake up due to a call with the Republican National Convention, some telemarketing bot, and the next thing I know, there's a mosque burning in Iran, some major mosque, and I'm like, woohoo! And so, you know, basically, this is either going to be an extremely short stream or an extremely what's the word I'm looking for? Punchy stream, but right now it looks like it's going towards the short stream because, again, I am here in the morning. This is not my usual time, as you know. The usual time is Sundays at 8:30, but I'm more than willing to have a spirited religious discussion about your religious views of choice, even if you're an atheist, and that's kind of boring, but I mean, I'm willing to listen uh, and willing to push back. So here we are. I think I'm going to stay here for about an hour, as most of our regular viewers know, and generally, I do like to occasionally. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I do ask for money, and I do that because, frankly, we're poor, and so the goal for this, I'm staying an hour. It's $200. Um, will I reach it? Probably not. But hey, I'm gonna try because it looks like everyone's quiet. There isn't even a comment like a "Hello, Father" or anything like that. So that's cool. I'm dealing with new people, and if you want to argue, just click on the link at the top of the YouTube chat or click on the StreamYard link in the chat on X. If you're on Odyssey, it's always the same link, so you can just click it and call in. Anyway, so yeah, let's see how this goes. I'm gonna continue looking around, seeing if there's any more stuff on X. Okay, what's this? Oh, brother. Some communist Muslim lady is like, no more U.S. attacks on Venezuela. Okay, whatever. No one cares. Uh, honestly, like maybe you might want to look on Iran. Yeah, there's Rupert Lowe made a great comment here. He says you should be focusing on the British flag. Well, yeah, but I mean, come on, that's not an English lady, so whatever. It's anyway. So let's take a look here. Yes, we can look on Twitter together and see if we find something worth arguing. Oh, let's see here. So that's ridiculous. Rupert's right. Oh, what's this? Yeah. Okay. France, Britain. Yeah. Okay, killing protesters in Iran. Asmongold says Americans should capture Keir Starmer. That guy's got some hilarious takes. What else we got here? Okay, Iran will be Christian. Okay, that's great. Yep, we know that the Islam has been collapsing. What's this? At least 25 mosques have been destroyed by Iranians in Tehran last night. That's a lot of mosques. They're just burning down the mosques. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy when you think about it. It's like it's interesting. I mean, we're seeing kind of, with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire 100 years ago, it's kind of been a downhill slide for Islam, basically worldwide. Without a caliphate, I think the kind of whole religion becomes unmoored because once again, it's not just a religion, it's a political system. And if the political system underneath it collapses, as it did, it's just a matter of time. And now we live in the age of the internet. So, of course, like Islam gets debunked on a regular basis. I mean, watch YouTube to see that. But the point is, things are going kind of crazy. I do see that my YouTube has a couple of comments. Let me see what's going on here. Yeah, okay, that's true. Okay. Trump is better than Obama? What? I mean, he is, but that's beside the point. So that's the latest on the Crucible, so you should check that out. What else have we got going here? Let's go back to the X and let's see here. Now they're condemning Hamas. Okay. That's never a bad thing. Oppose the Italians. Okay. Just weird. Oh, okay. A Democrat calling people pedophiles turned out to be a pedophile. No surprises there. Let's continue. Oh, they're all talking about that lady who tried to run over the dude with, run over the ICE officer with the car. Again, just to remind you, if you want to come on and, whether it's argue for your particular position or whatever it may be, you can call in live on that link at the top of the chat in YouTube or the StreamYard link on X. Okay. So anyway, we're streaming live and we're discussing. We'll discuss what you want to talk about. All you have to do is call in. As I said, I'm probably going to be here for about an hour. Otherwise, it's let me see here. Everything's kind of a mess. But yep. Now, granted, audio is not typical because I am using the laptop, and but I'm willing to listen, and I have 100 different ways of saying that if we have to go through an hour. But in any case, the point is we can continue looking on X here, seeing if we find something. I don't know what this is, some kind of wood grain board from Galloway Woodworks. Very nice. I'm not, let me see here. You just cover everyone. Redeem Zoomer says, I agree with Young Anglican's recent video that it's absurd to think that some are called to leave the main lines and others are called to stay. There can be no supporting Reconquista from outside, either staying a sin or leaving a sin. He and I just take opposite views. Ironically, people have said that Redeem Zoomer is like the perfect opposite of our opinion because he's literally a Protestant fighting from within. And so that is literally the most opposite you can get from an Orthodox focusing on this. What? Okay, whoa. And we have a member chat. I think it's a member chat. I'm not sure. What's this news that Bartholomew says there will be union with Rome? That's not really news. I mean, he's kind of said that like 400 times over the past, 20-something years or however long he's been there. He says that a lot. And again, one thing people don't understand about Orthodoxy, and you really should read the Lives of the Pillars of Orthodoxy to understand this, is that whenever there is an attempt at union, no matter how long it takes, what happens is that the people who join with Rome become unions. Welcome, Father Boniface.
Benedicite.
Benedicite, how's it going, Father?
All right. Beautiful day down here in Florida, but probably start raining in the afternoon. But right now it's good. So anyway, I wanted to say this about in my days as a mailman, I had some Muslims on my mail route. They were store owners. One owned a convenience store, another a clothing store. And so I would talk to them, and they were Palestinians. All of them were Palestinians. And one fella told me that a lot of the imams were sellouts to the New World Order.
Okay, that wouldn't surprise me.
So I just thought I'd shoot that across your bow because it's like, yeah, you got mosques that are now burning and whatever, but
incredible.
It is, but I also heard that in Iran there's quite a revival of Christianity.
Yeah, there is. Not only Christianity, but Zoroastrianism, ironically. Anything but Islam is basically the kind of position that most of Iran seems to have taken, and now it's backfiring on the mullahs, and so we may see a return of the Shah. Who knows? I mean, we just
the Shah's son. I was following that a little bit, and I think that the Democratic New World Order is grooming him to come in because he's compliant with that line of thinking and living, and so you might see him coming back, but it will be a democratic. It won't be a monarchy. It'll be a democratic republic.
Well, I mean, technically, the Shah was a monarch, so we don't know. but we'll probably write on that. It'll be something akin to England or something like that. So we'll see. I guess we're just gonna have to see and see what else is going on.
Right, right.
Let's see here. What else we've got going on? Yeah, so I mean, as I mentioned, I woke up this morning. Some guy decided to go from being a Roman Catholic catechumen to a Monophysite and got mad that I dared use the word Monophysite. And the whole thing is just ridiculous. This is interesting. Trump is calling for usury to be capped at 10%. Sure, that's okay. That's fine. I mean, people are like, it's the end of usury. How is 10% the end of usury? It's just a slight cap on it. Let me see here. Harris Sultan says Iranians are burning down mosques. The only reason Iranians are the most Islamophobic people is because they've seen firsthand how pathetic this ideology is. Yeah, no, that's true. It is crazy. I didn't think I'd live to see this day, but here we are. So anyway, getting back to that question. So what's with the news that Bartholomew says there will be union with Rome? It's very simple. He's been doing this now for decades. He is hoping for, again, if there is a union with Rome, any kind of actual union, because for practical purposes, most World Orthodox, especially in the Greek Archdiocese, are already kind of in union with Rome because they're celebrating on the same days. They're, they share services. They can celebrate in services together, but they don't have actual on paper communion. But once that happens, that's usually the beginning of the end, where we see uniate groups versus Orthodox groups, and the true Orthodox are just waiting in the wings for that to happen, which is part of the reason why I think they're a little bit. That's the word I'm looking for. They're a little bit nervous about doing any open communion because they know the people will just run away, and so the whole idea is to retrain them into thinking that we're both separated in equal churches, which has kind of been the program. So that's to answer that question. Again, you can put your questions in the chat. If you make it a super chat, we'll put it on the screen. Well, that was a member chat, so that's why that got on the screen. If you're a member, you can also do that. Otherwise, if you want a super chat, you can. And so that's what we're going to be doing probably for about, I'd say about 45 minutes more. I'm not seeing any call-ins besides, well, Father Boniface calls in, but he's kind of like a co-host at this point, along with Reader John. But we're looking for people. It seems like everyone wants to argue, so I'm seeing arguments left and right on X, and I'm hoping that some of these people will call it. Let me see here. Okay. Yep. Okay.
I've been watching what's happening over in Britain. Keir Starmer tried to get the king to sign on to a bill that he wanted to pass, and the king said, "I can't do it out of good conscience because you will be enslaving the British people." And he stormed out of the office, and he said, "The king, you're just a figurehead." And I think maybe Starmer might be learning otherwise.
Yeah, hopefully. With a member chat, HMLD Junior, better a Turkish turban than a Latin hat. True, but better neither of them, if you can. So that's my position. If you have to make the best of two bad choices, sure, that's one way to go, but preferably you have neither. I have my coffee and I have my water. Thanks to the Republicans waking me up at 10 o'clock to tell me their number over and over again, which was quite nerve-wracking. It's not the way you want to wake up in the morning. But in any case, so yeah, as I said, I went from getting telemarketed by the Republicans to seeing like this major mosque burning down with people cheering it on. So that's pretty crazy to see that in Iran. But yeah, so like yesterday I got a comment, someone was saying, "Oh, they wrote on my YouTube channel like, oh, just accept the truth of Islam," and I was like, "Yeah, I'm not ever accepting your religion." And then this happened, so big L for Islam today.
I wonder if what'll happen in Jerusalem with the dome on the rock there. If they'll
Maybe.
make any action against that, take advantage of the weakened situation of Islam and do something to that.
I did. That's asking for like total destruction. I would. That's the thing. I mean, ultimately, the dome on the rock situation. I mean, that thing's been there for like 1,200 years. So my feeling is that
Yeah.
the question is whether the dome on the rock will survive the current Israeli regime, or whether the Israeli regime will survive versus the dome on the rock. And I tend to think that it's going to be the other way around.
Uh-huh.
Things are not stable in the land of Israel.
Right.
But we'll see. We'll see. But in any
We'll
case,
see.
if anyone wants to call in live and protest their own particular sectarian opinion, they can. It's at the top of the YouTube chat, as well as the StreamYard link on X. So, and of course, if you're on Odyssey, that link is always the same. So feel free. But let me see here. Okay, I don't know what that means. It's something about cats and that. Okay. Oh brother, who is this guy? What are you doing on my? You know what? Are you following me? Because this is no, you're not. Oh, is this? How does this happen? Must be. I must have probably something. Yeah. The fruit Rockwell. Okay, it's Hitler hated Christ. Okay, yeah. Well, Rockwell was a federal agent. So for those who don't know, we're just throwing that out there. Let me see here. Yeah, Keir Starmer wants to destroy X. Sure. Okay, whatever. All right. Well, that's an interesting. What we got here first? That's not true either. Your average communist now, like blue hair and is filled with hormones. So, yeah. Okay. Let's see here. So, other than that, it's been kind of crazy stuff we're looking at so far. But once again, it's a live Q&A show, so if you feel the need to call or comment, so feel free. Let me see here.
Got a big load.
Okay, so I'm just looking here to see if there's anyone ready to argue on Twitter. Let me see here. No, not much. What's this? Armenia is constructing a massive Jesus Christ statue on Mount Hattis near Yerevan. I hope he doesn't look like that. But anyway. Antifa student communists are out in full force tonight, dressed head to toe in black, making plenty of noise as usual. They seem absolutely thrilled that I'm here. So,
Britain had some hospitals destroyed. I think they said 12 hospitals were burnt down, and then the next night 12 police stations got burnt down.
wow.
It's like, they're angry that all these immigrants are in the hospitals, but is that a reason to burn down hospitals when that's just crazy.
Yeah.
That's just crazy.
It's absolutely crazy. And so this is, what's this? Well, the member chat, HMLDJR, it says, with the victory of Russia, the old calendar should become the primary influence in Orthodoxy. I mean, if you're talking about the Kremlin, not so sure about that. They're far more flexible ecclesiologically than they generally admit to. I've mentioned the meeting right at the beginning of the war where they tried to meet with the Politico Synod, and they were embarrassed out of the room by simply having it pointed out to them that they were still involved in ecumenism, and so they went and took these two independent bishops in and tried to claim that was their their base in Greece and so on and so forth, but it's certainly not representative of the true Orthodox as a whole over there. Ultimately, they're going to have to reckon with true Orthodoxy, but if there's any indication from how they've treated true Orthodox in Russia, they will probably be more amenable to talking to the new calendarists with whom they have a much bigger relationship. But we'll see. We will see. Everything's up in the air. That's why it's timed as it is. I didn't expect to wake up this morning to seeing mosques in Iran being burnt down. That's pretty crazy, but that's where we are. Let's continue on. And to hear this guy was arguing with me about, he decided he's going to become a monophysite again. And I was like, why choose that? And he got mad that I used the word monophysite. And I was like, okay, well, 100 years ago, they would have been proud to use that word. Okay, let's come home to this book destroys all concepts of Protestantism and Mormonism. Early Church Fathers collection, and it's one book, and apparently has a lion biting. I assume that's St. Ignatius of Antioch, although so there's a book that destroys Catholicism, supposedly. Let's see here. Now we're going to do something different because it's Saturday morning and we don't have to do things like we do on Sunday. We will go shopping YouTube to see if there's anything interesting there. So let's see if we can find. Let's go to live and see what we find here. Okay, Iran Revolution. Come on, man. I don't really watch gaming streams because it's usually games I don't play. So, Minneapolis is in chaos. No surprise there. Okay. Divine Mercy. I wonder if we can jump on that. I'll find out. I'll see if we can in a minute. I'm looking to see if there's any.
Divine Mercy.
Yeah.
It's a Catholic devotion.
Yeah, but oh no, this is some guy. He seems to be preaching in a church, so he's probably not a call-in guy. Yeah. I don't see anything. I've picked the deadest hour on YouTube, I guess, and wait, what's this? Hello, welcome DVD.
Hello, Father. Bless.
May God bless you in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
How are you guys doing today? It was exciting to see the stream going on during the day because I'm usually asleep when it's happening on Sunday nights. So.
Oh, wow. Well, you go to bed pretty early. Well, I don't know what time it's on your end, etc. But, yeah.
Yes, I do go to bed early. I work early on Monday mornings, so I usually tune in Monday afternoon to the replay.
Well, it's good to have you on them. I mean, I guess, it's providential that I was awakened by the Republican National Committee to get their phone number 4 times and then wake up to see mosques burning in Iran. So what's your thoughts on this today?
Well, I'm quite surprised to see everything going on in Iran. It's pretty horrifying, to be honest. And before going to bed last night, seeing the death tolls from the protesters being shot and everything, and now waking up and seeing things on fire. It's just we always want to pray for everyone's safe passage, but it's it's a very complicated and nuanced issue, of course.
Yeah, well, I mean, to me, it's pretty simplistic. The last time there were mass protests, and around 1,500 people got shot down. So, from my perspective, if they've had enough, and it kind of looks like they've had enough, I doubt that there's people in those mosques, since like 2/3 of the mosques are empty. They're just burning them down symbolically. So, yeah, I mean, I find it fascinating to see what's happening, but we'll see if this. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that, especially if it is the case that if all the internet rumors are true and that there has been mass conversion over the past decade to Christianity in Iran. I mean, I don't want to try to prophesy or anything because I'm ill-equipped for that, but it just
Right.
seems this could be a step in the appropriate direction to at least have otherwise godless heathens come to Christ, right?
God willing. I mean, that's kind of where, I'm hoping that this has great results and that we see something positive come out of it. And if people are look, if anyone's upset about this and they want to, they want to discuss Islam, etc. It is a live call-in show, so anyone can call in live. HMLDJRS, are they Sunni or Shia mosques? I don't know. Uh, I have
I
not.
think they're primarily Shia, if I'm
Yeah,
not
because Iran
mistaken.
is primarily Shia, if I remember correctly. So yeah,
Definitely.
I would guess that they're Shia mosques, but I could be wrong. I mean, I don't know that they're. I think they're more looking for mosques to burn down than trying to figure out which
Yeah,
side of Islam they're on. Um,
certainly. Certainly. There's actually something that I've been meaning to call into the show about, but again, because of
yeah,
my
no,
sleep
please.
schedule. So I'm based in the Greater Toronto area, and
Okay.
I've seen a lot of people calling in, and a lot of people in previous comments on your old videos saying that there is no true Orthodox churches here,
Oh,
which
there's lots in Toronto.
I want to do whatever I can to dispel this because I know of 12.
Well,
So
I
I
didn't know
can't.
it was that many. Wow. Okay, that's a lot of
Yeah,
churches in Toronto.
yeah. So, and that's going to be including home churches, but realistically, now some of which are probably ones that we wouldn't recommend, like Hocknum. But sincerely, we have four GOCK churches. We have two GOCM churches. We have a Serbian Free Church. We have
Wow.
multiple Rokana churches, and then we have additional smaller Florinite and smaller Matthewite churches as well. So
Oh,
so anybody who's I've seen a lot of comments saying like, "Oh, there's only one in Toronto," and I cannot possibly wrap my head around
that's not true. Yeah, I've tried to express that. There are multiple churches in Toronto, a lot. But yeah, 12. I had no idea it was that many. So that's a
Yeah.
lot. That's a lot of opportunities. So if you're in the Toronto area and you hear this, because I think even our Bishop Lauder, he's outside Toronto by like an hour.
Yeah, he's about it's about 2 hours without traffic from Toronto to Welland.
So that's a lot of churches. So if you're in that Toronto area, like no excuses. That you get yourself to a True Orthodox.
Yes, and
Um,
and some of them are absolutely like the Macarios Synod Cathedral is perhaps one of the most beautiful churches I've ever been to, and they just did an absolutely massive renovation and replaced
wow.
the iconostasis, and it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. I don't know if they've uploaded. They don't have a website, which is a little difficult, but if you can check out their Facebook page and you can see just all the hard work they put into really modernize the cathedral.
Oh wow. Well, that's great. That's such a good news. And I like hearing positive things. So again, if you're in the Toronto area and you're looking for True Orthodox, you have a lot of options. So glory to God. That's great to hear.
Definitely, and there's one other thing. I don't mean to take up too much of your time,
No,
but
no, no.
I was listening to a stream a few months ago, and you were talking about. I think Sava was doing a presentation on old believers,
Okay.
and he mentioned that there were no old believers who were true Orthodox, but in Russia there are actually two different true Orthodox old believer groups.
When you say old believer groups, do you mean that they're hierarchically True Orthodox, or that they are part of True Orthodox synods?
So one of them is in communion with a true Orthodox synod, and they were previously Yedinovertsi, so they were previously in union with I don't remember whom, uh, but now after the 2007 all the nonsense that came out of 2007, some of the people who are under the ROCOR have gone and worked with extant groups there, and there is one I can't remember the name, but and then there is another one. They were part of the Bielorusskaya hierarchy, and they rejected also the anything to do with the Moscow Patriarchate. And from what I've understood, I'm not in Russia naturally, but speaking with people who are in Russia and are part of them, they are working with true Orthodox bishops. So it's not as bleak as Sava put it out to be.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd like to learn more if there are actual like or former Belarus that are true Orthodox now. I mean, again, that would be a good thing. It would be nice if they're in communion with other true Orthodox, but we'll see. It's a complex situation. But
yeah, so no, if we're talking about Iran being nuanced, speaking about the old belief in Russia, that's a whole can of worms that I am ill-equipped to even address.
No, very fair. But thank you for that DVD. And do you have any other questions? Or?
No, I'm just going to continue to listen, and just thanks for doing this show. We are avid listeners in this household. So,
well, glory to God, and I'm glad that we were able to do a show, regardless of how it came about this early. So, thank you. And if you have any other questions, feel free to. I'm gonna remove you here, but just
for sure.
In the private chat, you can say if you have another question, we'll bring you back. So,
okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Father.
No problem. God bless you, and take care. It's been kind of wacky today, and so once again, if you are interested in talking about something or even arguing with us or telling us why we're wrong, just if you want to jump on stream or ask a question, just click the link in the top of the chat, and we'll take care of that. There may be a wait time because we can always notice, but so feel free. Today we're talking about all the crazy stuff, the burning of the mosques in Venezuela, etc. Okay, what's this? We got some comments. To my understanding, this was the Our Sul. This is Light and Repose. He is, to my understanding, this was the Our Sul Mosque, which was, to the best of my knowledge, operational. Could be wrong on either point. Now we've had some back and forths about the question of who invented the papacy, and so if he wants to jump on, he can. Let me see here. What's this? Okay, what is this in reference to? Yeah, I'm sorry, but I had to say this. For those who might be offended by this comment, in China, the term white monkey is actually a reference to jobs for foreigners. They actually have what are known as white monkey jobs, they call them, and basically they're foreigners who either A, work in the service of China, or B, in the entertainment of those in China, so on and so forth. So, that I didn't make up the term. The term white monkey is actually a Chinese term. So, in this case, it was because someone had the audacity to say, be like China in terms of their police state, which I thought was ridiculously funny, considering that China will literally jail you and live stream you being tortured if you make fun of them on social media. So, once again, if you find any of our opinions here offensive, you can always call in live using the link in the Twitter stream or the link at the top of the YouTube chat. Either way, feel free, to jump on. We welcome disagreement. So kind of that's
and we won't torture people on live.
Yeah, exactly.
We won't live stream torturing. No
torturing on live stream. We won't tie you up and make you apologize to us like China. But in any case, So let's see here. I'm trying everything here. I mean, I've been taking shots at the Republican National Convention. I'm taking shots at Iran, at mosques, taking shots at China. Not one person disagrees. This is pretty depressing. Everyone wants to fight it out on text, but when it comes to fighting it out in real life, it's just not happening. Everyone's quiet, and it's painful. I mean, this is the sort of thing we expect. We expect conflict, people, and conflict's not happening. When conflict's not happening, then I have no choice but to ask for money. So help keep the lights on. Support us by subscribing or donating at nft.net with various options like PayPal, Cash App, BTC, LTC, or XMR, or on Give Send Go. Just look in the description. So that's kind of what we're doing here. So, but let me see here. I'm gonna try to see if there's anything live on YouTube that I have missed, or if there's. Let's see if there's any interesting things going on. What's this? Okay. Let's see here. That's interesting. Looking for comments. Okay, yep. Not seeing anything live that we can touch on. But I'm not seeing that right now. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. This is YouTube TV. Let's see here. Go back to home. Let's see. Looking for things that are new and interesting. Not much. I'm looking for any new religious content and finding not too much is going on. Oh, let's see. The only new thing I find in the religious sphere is a Trent Horn video, and that's pretty depressing. There is the Crucible. They did a ranking of the top apologists, and I disagree with about half their choices, so no point to that. Let me see here. All right, now stuff is going to vaguely go out into the kind of the ether, but okay. Just a quick reminder, if you want to call in live, you can do that, and we encourage it heavily, because it's our position that the best thing to do is talk out any disagreement. Let me see here. Not too much new here. Okay. Yep, we've reached the end of the internet, so it looks like that is a Wingstop ad on Uber Eats. Okay, I'm not sharing this. Okay, so let's see here, and what do we got here going on? Just checking, I'm looking for conflict, people. I'm looking for conflict so we can join in and have some fun. And I'm feeling like it's not happening. It's very depressing. What's this? Okay, this is okay. Well, that's actually very nice. That's a supplicatory canon to Saint John of Shanghai and San Francisco on the Orthodox Tradition channel. And so let me see here. a great channel, but again, it's very nice of them. Checking here. Erica Kirk's CIA vid. Oh, Jackson Hinkle. That communist is talking right now. I wonder if he has a call-in number. We should call in to just comment on this guy. Let me see here. Oh yeah. Should I mess with this stream, Father? Should I mess with this stream? Should I start commenting wildly on this stream? On this
What's he
Jackson?
talking about?
Oh, it's hold on.
Disgusting and anti. That's what AOC did. She wrote.
Oh, let me see here. I'll share it.
Neighborhood and leading with a chant saying we support the Palestinian resistance.
Says Erica Kirk's CIA video leaked promoting secret something.
AOC would say to those,
those
Orthodox rabbis that also support the Palestinian resistance. Neighborhood.
I would say that these
are out there every day saying like Netanyahu's a terrorist,
Netanyahu's
a criminal.
Orthodoxy is above all the governments of the world,
right? So
and all they are doing is trying to defend their own idea of utopia and heaven on earth.
And a poison, and there's veiled threats against
so, in other words, they're wasting their time and wasting their breath and their energy.
Same as.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing is. The reason I find Hinkle particularly not is because he's a MAGA communist, basically. So his idea is to try to get as many people that are conservatives under the banner of communism. And so, in some ways, he's more successful than your average communist leaders because he looks like such a normal guy. But this guy is actually funded by the Kremlin. Yeah, so he's ironically it seems like he's attacking other communists, and so, but like he's been to the Kremlin multiple times. He is literally he's an actual tanky, so pretty gross as an individual. But anyway, okay, you know what? I don't like him. This is just take it.
Well, Putin puts his foot forward as if he has moral high ground over the West.
Yeah.
And to tell you the truth, when Lavrov speaks and regarding the Ukrainian issue and they just are pinpointing the West's intervention into the Ukraine to stir up trouble, to let's say gain finances, the farms, the whatever, and it's like they sound pretty good, but on the other hand, it's like, yeah, but what's the background of communism? As if you guys really can have any moral high ground to criticize the West. So, I mean, Orthodoxy, we back off of both of them and just say, you all have the wrong world perspective, and so therefore, call them to Christ. So
this is good. Wait, thank you again for having me on Blessed Missouri. Thank you for helping keep the lights on with $50 Canadian. Really appreciate it. That's great because granted, again, YouTube, super chats, etc. That they take off 30% and they come the next month, but they help keep the lights on literally by helping with the bills, over time. So we are very grateful for that. Let me see. Jackson Hinkle says he's Orthodox. Yeah, well, I mean, it depends on how Orthodox, like if you're an absolute communist tanky and you're part of the Moscow Patriarchate, you're like the opposite of what I would consider Orthodox. But the king of the tankies is basically like surgeon. He's like a surgeon in his dreams. So whatever. That's sad. But let me see here. This guy. Let me see here. Is it nice? This guy has a live stream, but he wants to debate a woke liberal, and that's not us. Yep. I'm waiting to see who's willing to fight. What do we got? Let's see here. Yeah, so not much going on. So I'm grateful for the super chat. That is fantastic. Let's see here. What else we got going on?
I mean, does Jackson Hinkle come against Trump?
That's a good question. I actually don't know what Jackson Hinkle's position is on Trump because he's so weird. Let's find out.
You know, I tell you the truth. I think the problem that we have with Trump is that he's easy prey. I mean, he's got scandal ridden all over his history. And
Yeah.
so, you know, people can come against that guy morally and bury him. But, and so it gives the opposition room to gain ground. The only problem is the opposition is cloaking their real nature, you know.
Yeah.
They're wolves in sheep's clothing, and they have a good time to opportunize on Trump's corruption when they themselves are corrupt. And so I just pull back and I say, you know, Orthodoxy evaluates all as under the law of God, that they're all accountable. And so therefore, we need to really look at, and not just ideology, but look at the character of people. You know, these are qualities of leadership, is character. And so if Putin is looking at, you know, I mean, Trump has just lost it for character, but Putin too. So those are just my 2 cents. People, we need to focus on character and how these people behave themselves and how they live, their conduct in government. And how can you trust a person who is an adulterer or is, you know, immoral? How can you trust them to deal with their society on the same basis?
Yeah.
So, you know, so we
Apparently,
back off when we just say you all need to come to Christ and you all need to follow His truth and not play games with religion and have politics utilize and use religions for its own ends, which is what they've all been doing from the beginning of time. So anyway,
sorry, the dog is like. That's the downside of being on the first floor. If the dog notices like a leaf drop outside, it's an event. Okay, it's okay. He's a good doggy. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Okay. I know. Stop talking. You have to call in, dog. That's what has to happen. You know, this is not fair to the people who are not. Okay, what's that? Why did it sound like a microwave just went off? Okay, I'm starting to think that maybe the first floor is just not the right place to do a podcast. Okay, I pet the doogie. Okay, so the point is that yeah, it's crazy. Apparently, Hinkle supports the MAGA movement in the sense that abstractly, but he doesn't like Trump's pro-Israel stance, etc. But I think he basically seems to take the position of supporting kind of any policies that involve burning it all down, which of course works out well for the communists. But yeah, so that's kind of where he's at from what I can read here. But yeah, in any case, let's see here. We're looking for what to do on YouTube because we are trying to find people who are, I guess you could say, debating. And let's see if we can find anyone looking to have an argument because we will argue. He's a car salesman. Okay. But I decided to do a morning stream. Let's see here. Oh, this is a fun question. Jackson Reese 17 asks, "What's the true Orthodox response to the thousands of saints who remained under the MP? That probably most of their lives were rewritten. There weren't thousands of saints who remained under the MP. As a matter of fact, up until the MP glorified the new martyrs, they had something like 4 glorifications of saints in like 50 years. So they basically then just took Rocor's glorification and started editing people out of it. So yeah, those people weren't under the MP. They were originally resistors of the MP, the overwhelming majority of them. So unless you have a list of thousands of pro MP new martyrs, you're probably just hearing a line. And if you actually look, the majority of the people that the MP recognized as new martyrs actually condemned the MP. So you might want to do some reading on that claim. And if you disagree and think that I'm making it up, feel free to jump on. We're gonna get to Luke the Surgeon, and that's it. That's how it's gonna work. Because what's gonna happen is you'll go through any other Saints Saints lives, and you'll see, oh, they opposed the MP. Whoops, sorry about that. Luke the Surgeon was he was an exception because, well, first off, he wasn't a martyr. He was a confessor to them. Second off, he did condemn the catacomb church, etc. So to that end, he's kind of meaningless to me. But if you want to prove otherwise, I mean, most of the other ones that are supposedly MP, their lives were rewritten, and original lives that came out of Russia actually indicated their opposition to the MP. So that's something you're going to have to wrestle with, unfortunately. So, the answer to your question, what's the true Orthodox response to the thousands of saints who remained under the MP is find us thousands of saints. And you find us thousands of saints who are under the MP, and I'll find you thousands of people who actually oppose the MP. So,
yeah, and you'll find them underground too.
Yep.
Or 6 foot under.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, obviously.
Take your pick.
Yeah. But let's take a look here. We are looking again to see what else is what's going on. Let's see if we're gonna check Twitter and maybe switch to the For You section. Oh, an ultra papist liked my post. You're welcome to join here, Leo. What's his name? That's not Leo. That's Pianono. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, more people are having fun with the guy who wants to be a monophysite again. I would love it if he called in. If any of these people called in, I should just start inviting them. What do you guys think? Should I start? Let me see here. Saint Nicodemus. Okay, HNLD Jr. says Saint Nicophorus Phocas should be the model for all leaders. He died a martyr, being martyred by his wife and his nephew. I mean, that is martyric, but I don't know if are you saying that all politicians should be killed by their wives and nephews? I mean, if they were, it would be different. I will say that. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to share the screen, of course. I'm going to just start inviting people on. Let's see what happens. I'm going to do that for the fun of it. Let's try. So we will go to first the home screen. Since people are discussing things, scroll to the top because. All right, let's see what we can find out. That's got to be old. Let me just refresh this. All right, let's see here what we've got. Okay, Notch responding to Destiny. Why are you evil? Okay. Okay. All right, let's look for people who talked to me. So I will go to notifications. Let's see who's around. Okay. Let's see. Well, this guy talked to me, and he actually was trying to justify monophysitism, and he was like, "You had the power of the empire against us," and I was like, "You let Islam take over the region." So the post is not here right now. I don't know what happened here. Let's go here. I'll just say want to call in, and then I will put the X link because we have a live on X thing. So I will open that in another. Okay, this is getting kind of meta. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to share the X link, but I am now in the X thing. All right, where is the? Come on, no, hold on. Okay, so now I will go back and say I want to call in while having the broadcast on. So I'm now broadcasting myself broadcasting. Let's see here. Okay, Jackson Reese 17 says, just asking, when I told my spiritual father who's MP about my desire to go to the GOCK, he said the thousands of saints things. What are some examples of supposed pro-MP saints that had their lives rewritten? The one that sticks out the most is Archbishop Hilarion Troitsky, because we had always understood him to be a true Orthodox saint, etc. Then about 15 years ago, supposedly they discovered that he had become pro-patriarchate and then died like 2 months later. So it's hard to buy a lot of what they're selling, but you should just go to the GOCK. You're not going to get a blessing from a Moscow Patriarchate priest to go to the GOCK. You're not going to get a blessing to go to Rakana or any of the Russian True Orthodox, because they're generally not sympathetic. And so ultimately, if you are concerned because your spiritual father's in the MP, you have to deal with the reality of ecumenism in the Moscow Patriarchate, etc. Let me see here. HMLD Jr. says he was a Roman Empire who lived like a monk and was a great warrior against Islam. Well, glory to God. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm going to copy this want to call in because there's a couple of people I saw live, and I saw them post recently, so I know they're around. Let's see here. Okay, let's take a look here. Go to notifications. I know this one papal guy was active recently. Yeah, this was 26 minutes ago. I'll say I want to call in. Why not? I'm looking for conflict, people. I'm looking for conflict. I'm trying my best. So this is what we're doing here. So God willing, again, I will say, if for those so inclined, because it is important, and that's part of why I do this. I will say, since we've been about an hour in, to help keep the lights on, support us by subscribing or donating at nftu.net with various options like PayPal, Cash App, BTC, LTC, or XMR, or on Give, Send, Go. Just look in the description. So let me take a look here and see what else is going on. If we have, okay, I don't think there's any new comments. I'm now checking X to see if either of these people are willing to call in. Are there any other people I want to call in? Why not? Let me see here. Yeah, I already invited that guy. Let me see here. Yeah, well, he just was talking about the Passion of the Christ movie. Yeah, I don't see. I guess maybe X isn't quite as active as I thought. Maybe everyone's quiet. Nobody wants to call in. That's fine. I mean, we had that one guy. He was good too. He was a great guy. Very kind of him to donate to the stream, and it was welcome. And Christ is born, glorify him. So we are glad to have people who agree and want us to know and want to know, like to talk more about true orthodoxy. We welcome them on. But we also, we're willing to take on conflict wherever it may be. I still don't understand how people can get whole reams of opposition. I mean, it's hard for us to find a single person willing to disagree with us on stream, and then they usually don't go more than one round, and then they disappear. Uh, so this is it's kind of depressing, but at the same time, it's I mean, I don't know. I guess we have developed a reputation for ferocity, Father. Um, Other than that, let's see how we're doing here. So I did say that we were going to go at least an hour, so we have crossed that line. So let's see what else. What else is going on? What do we got? Let me see here. I am looking around and trying to see if I can find someone of interest.
I think a lot of people, they might have a couple points and that's all they have. And then when they realize the truth is that they're coming against truth and that they have no argument against it, they just don't call up again. They just back off.
Yeah, that's that's true. This is
If,
crazy.
if they don't have the background or education in their own error to really try and put up a fight, but then
Yeah.
those who do realize that if they do put up a fight, they're going to get exposed for their error, so they don't want to engage.
Well,
So,
but I think that's the worst part about dealing with a lot of these heterodox is that I think deep down, especially when confronted with the truth of orthodoxy, I think deep down they know that there's something wrong with their theology. They know that they may not like what we have to say, but they don't have a particularly good argument against it. Um, and so I think their conscience pricks them ultimately, and that's part of the reason why I think they're a little loath to argue with the Orthodox position in general. So, but
and they don't want to leave their comfort zone.
exactly. If they've been that way for a long time, so on and so forth. There's so many general excuses, but for those who are not afraid, if you want to jump on stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click the link in the top of the chat or the StreamYard link in the X chat to jump right on, and we will discuss, confront whatever erroneous position you have that isn't orthodox, and we'll see if we can help educate you. So hopefully that will work. Anyone can call in. Again, all it takes is clicking the button or clicking the link, as it were. And until then, I shall have some more water and some more coffee. There's the water and the coffee. So anyway, I'm going to actually just leave that on the screen so people do understand that they can call in live. This is a live program. And just whenever you feel comfortable. If you want to challenge the hosts, if you want to ask questions, if you want to ask challenging questions, if you want to, go for conflict, we are more than welcome. Let me see here what we got. We got something. Our people are like, no, I'm not coming on. Watch this. Let's see. Appreciate the invite, Father Swaden. However, I'm currently attending a training, and will be giving a presentation soon. Perhaps some other time. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Alrighty. Well, there's looks like even my attempts at inviting people are not necessarily successful, but I am going to we'll take a look here and see what's going on. This is kind of where we are today. So we don't usually do things in the mornings. Tomorrow is Sunday night. That's when we usually do our stream. Oh, okay. The Machine Lies. Welcome, the Machine Lies. How's it going?
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, how you guys doing?
Oh, very good, very good. So, what is your question or comment or thoughts?
Well, I'm not sure if I have one, to be honest. I just kind of called in because you guys are having trouble getting callers. So.
Oh no. Well, we're looking with we even if we don't get callers, we don't care. I mean, we'd like them, but again, it also people go for the if people want to challenge us or they have questions and they want to agree with us, we take that too. And we did have a caller from Toronto explaining that there were like 12 Orthodox churches in that area. So that was that's a lot. But other than that, no, none today. I mean, there was a Catholic guy I invited on, but he said no. And so we'll keep waiting. This is one thing. One good thing about doing a stream in the morning as opposed to doing the stream in the evening is that technically, I mean, I can go on for quite a bit longer because I don't have to go to bed. Like I just woke up because I don't know if you heard the beginning of my stream, TML, but I woke up to a telemarketing call from the Republican National Committee, and it was one of these. It was like this call that was like semi-automated. Well, it was pretty much automated, but like for some reason they repeated their number like a million times. Well, 4 times. Okay, I'm exaggerating. It was 4 times before I got sick of it. I kept telling them release the Epstein files, and they just kept ignoring it. And so, they're like, well, just don't forget our number is what was their number? They said it so many times, and hold on, because I called it back. It was a 202-863-8500. They wanted me to know that, so they repeated it like 4 times. So I finally called it back, and there was nobody on it. It was just a bunch of like different ones. Like press 1 to talk about like your donation. Press 2 to reach your current senator or something. I'm like, okay, this is useless. So I tried both buttons, and nothing happened. So I was like, okay, you woke me up with the stupid number, and I can't even do anything with it. I can't even tell you to release the Epstein files. I'm pretty pissed. And so I went on Twitter to complain about that. And then I saw, the whole thing with the mosque burning in Iran. And I was like, whoa, this is crazy. And then some people had fighting words for me. So I was like, okay, I guess people want to fight this morning. I may as well start a stream. And then nobody showed up. Well, Father Boniface did, but he's always here because he's kind of like I mentioned, he's kind of like a co-host at this point. But yeah, so that's basically been my morning.
I missed the news about the mosque burning, I guess.
Yeah, there's 25 burning.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, one thing as I mentioned, in Iran, they reported 2 years ago that like 50,000 of the 75,000 mosques there are actually closed due to attendance. Like Iran is changing rapidly.
Yeah, I would suppose it's everywhere, right? Because I notice, like, just in the mosques that I attend, just gradual, and actually I visit lots of different religious communities.
Hello.
Right? Even a Hindu temple.
I sometimes the audio's blinking out, but I was going to say that I remember looking at Bangladesh, and Bangladesh is now called the People's Republic of Bangladesh. And it's like, I thought they were Muslim. But, on the other hand, democracy, the New World Order democratic style has really conquered some Muslim countries.
Well,
so I guess that's what you're seeing in Iran is that they're getting secularized. Western culture is coming in all of its aspects, and then eventually woos the people away from their traditional religion, whatever it is.
Well,
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree.
Well, one thing I would say on that end is that Iran, before the mullahs, was already, even though it was an Islamic country, it was pretty secular. Like,
yeah, it's pretty modern. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. And then it went backwards. So
that's right. That's precisely right. Yeah. And actually, in Pakistan, right, like, we were founded actually as a parliamentary system. Right. So actually, one of the founders of Pakistan, right, Dr. Iqbal, right, Dr. Muhammad Iqbal, right, he actually said that the parliamentary system could be sort of like a replacement for Sharia law. Right. So they were already pretty modernized to begin with. Right. So So I think especially Pakistan and Bangladesh, like for example, right, like when it started, right, like Bangladesh was part of Pakistan. It was just another part, right? Then it gained independence from Pakistan, right? So this is actually a historical fact that most people might be unaware of, right?
Oh wow.
Yeah. When the British founded Bangladesh, it was founded as another part of Pakistan, and then eventually it broke off, became Bangladesh later.
Yeah. Jackson Reese 17 asks, "Is Esphigmenou in communion with anyone?" To understand how it works when there's a lack of formal communion, the commemorations used, say for example, in Esphigmenou, would be for all Orthodox bishops. So effectively, even if they're not formally in communion with a particular synod, they are technically spiritually in communion with everyone that is true Orthodox. So, I don't particularly consider that controversial. Although most people who consider that controversial are usually upset because Esphigmenou hasn't picked a side, which for a while they did, and then they decided not to do that. But that's their right to do as an Athonite monastery. They're not under any obligation to be under any specific grouping, etc. So we'll see. Once again, if you want to jump on the stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click the link in the top of the chat. Okay. So yeah. TML, if did you have any questions or comments or arguments or any?
Yeah, we could do an argument for entertainment.
I mean, if you want to, well, okay. Well, what would you like to discuss?
Well, actually, I have a different discussion topic that I've been sort of interested in recently, which is this whole concept of the Orthodox churches being located in Israel. Now, I wanted to maybe ask you about this, right?
Sure. No, that's a fair question. Well, historically, I don't know if you know this, but the Holy Land is actually largely, like, I think it's like 30% of all the land of legal Israel is actually owned by the Patriarchate of Jerusalem. Like, for example, the Israeli Knesset, they're like legal, they're not parliament, whatever, the Knesset. That land is owned by the Patriarch of Jerusalem. So, really, dog? So effectively, the Patriarch of Jerusalem is a massive landlord in the area, and that's part of the reason why the Israeli government dislikes them so much, because they have a certain sway over the land and over the people that the Israelis would prefer didn't exist. So that's part of the reason why you will occasionally, rather often, see the Patriarchate and even like the Catholics and Anglicans align with the Muslims on these issues, because of the fact that Israel the Israelis are really good at just making everybody angry. And I think the term is chutzpah. That's generally like expressive of the Israeli attitude towards basically everyone who's kind of just been hosting them, and we're finally seeing that pro-Israeli sentiment, which was largely inculcated through movements like dispensationalism, etc., that were ultimately funded by Israel, but people they've lost their patience with it. It's awful. So yeah, I think the church situation in the Holy Land is interesting. There are true Orthodox in the Holy Land, by the way. There was actually a Bishop of Ropor Agafango, Bishop Roman of Haifa, I believe it was, and he passed on, I think, like 2 or 3 years ago. So there is a true Orthodox presence in the Holy Land. There always basically has been. Despite poor relations with the Patriarch of Jerusalem currently, the previous Patriarch was in communion with true Orthodox at some point. The Patriarch before him hosted true Orthodox, and back before that, they were regularly serving in Patriarchate chapels like everyone else. So, I don't know how this one's gonna go. He's under pressure now, and so people are saying that he's aligning with Moscow more. I don't know if that's a great idea, but they are, I think, something like the fourth largest landowner in Israel. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. So that I don't know. It's not.
So,
I wouldn't debate it. I would say.
so the churches that are actually, in Israel, they're not all, belonging to the Russian Orthodox. Is that true, or is that what
No,
you're trying to say? Or there's
the largest landowner is the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Jerusalem. As a matter of fact, almost every scandal involving the Greek Patriarchs of Jerusalem has been over contested land the Israelis are trying to get.
So they're in communion with the Russian Church. Am I correct about that?
With Moscow Patriarchate, that up until this was with the 2007 union. Before that, the properties were kind of split between the Rokor and the Moscow Patriarchate. Basically both sides were arguing that they had the rights to all the properties, etc. And then with the 2007 union, they got the Holy Land properties. The Moscow Patriarchate basically did. And Rokor MP still maintains them, but basically they're just advocates for basic Kremlin policy at this point. So yeah, but the largest landowner is the Greek Patriarchate of Jerusalem,
which is
they're in communion with the Russians, but right. The point is that they've also been in communion with the true Orthodox, and it's a very complicated history. To say the least, because the Holy Land is holy to everybody. So every conflict that happens in Orthodoxy globally will have some sort of thing happening in Jerusalem. That's a given, because everyone's going to go to the Holy Fire, so on and so forth.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that occurred in Jerusalem.
Yeah, that occurred. Yeah, that's in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
Okay, So then this Russian church would have considerable sway or dealings with the Israeli government then?
I don't think any Orthodox or any traditional historical Christian church in the area is having any real sway with the Israeli government. The Israeli government largely sponsors dispensationalist Protestants, and they support those because their message of Christ is so distorted. Dispensational is basically, okay, Father Boniface disappeared. Hopefully he'll come back. But in any case, their message is so distorted because they tend to equate Christ with Israel. And so the Israelis love that. But anyone who's historically Christian does not love that. Because it's the opposite of what Christ taught. So in any case, that's and I mean, if there's anyone of the Father Boniface is back. Hold on, welcome back, Father.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what would you guys say to those Protestants? Because the thing is that they're claiming that basically, that the Jays are like a chosen people because of the Old Testament that need to be preserved until Christ's return, essentially.
Right. Well, what we would say to them is that the entire history of Christianity, in the entire Christian tradition, historically, that has not been the teaching. The teaching is that the church is the new Israel, and so the Old Covenant was fulfilled, and now we have the opportunity in Christ for salvation, and they have that opportunity too if they're just willing to take it. And historically, many Jews did convert, but eventually Judaism became a religion of effectively anti-Christianity. And so in order for them to make it right with God now, the easy thing to do and the proper thing to do is to believe in Jesus. And
now there's many rabbis who say being a Christian or a Muslim is better than being an atheist. Would you hold the same view for Jews and Muslims as they do?
Honestly, I don't think that God grades on a curve. So my view is that one should become a Christian. And it is that there's a reason Jesus says, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life." I don't think he meant there's multiple ways. He has to be the way. Okay, we got a question. Oh, James has got a question. What's Charles's opinion on OO treatment of Nestorians? I don't know. Did he offer to come on? Because I mean, I sent him a note, so I was kind of hoping he would. Let me hold on. Let me check. I forgot he was on the screen. Thanks for that, Gene. Let me see here.
So OO is Oriental Orthodox.
Yeah,
just to clarify,
because,
right?
Well, this is a kind of a, because I guess this guy Charles basically he had decided he was a Roman Catholic kind of catechumen, and he decided to, I guess, go back to being an Oriental Orthodox catechumen. And I asked him, well, why wouldn't you just be a regular Orthodox? Why do you want to be Oriental? And of course, his response was, that he got mad that I said why I used the magic word monophysite, and he was pretty mad about that. And he's like, "Oh, that's a violent slur," and blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, 100 years ago, monophysis would have been like, kind of a rallying cry for them. Now they're like embarrassed by it. And so, I said, you should own it. And then he's like, well, then if you should own that, then you should own the empire's persecution of the Orthodox, and so forth. And now I flat out said, okay, well, if you want us to own that, then you have to own that you helped Islam take over the region, because they did. But their treatment of Nestorians was, not good either. But yeah, I don't think he's coming on. I did invite him, but I don't think he will. But the good news is we have some time here to kill because it's daytime, so I can't be forced to go to bed. But on the other hand, let me see.
Hey, I wanted to make a comment about the dispensationalists. Is that the rabbinical way of thinking has been to think earthly and not heavenly, to think. So the literal, historical, grammatical method of hermeneutics, which the Protestants, champion. Look, I went to Philadelphia College of Bible. I went to a dispensational school. Netanyahu actually spoke there in 1980. And I was there. So anyway, but the literal, historical, grammatical is what the rabbis push, because they don't want to get into the spiritual aspects of Christ and of the Old Testament. And so therefore that hermeneutic is highly influenced by the rabbinical schools, and especially when Protestantism has adopted the Masoretic text, which was edited, as they say, redacted by the rabbis in 200 AD. So they were prejudiced with the text, because anything that would speak of Christ, they wanted to downplay, if not erase. And so you've got to, and so therefore you have this whole aspect of the rabbinical idea of the kingdom of God is an earthly kingdom. And so they want to promote an earthly kingdom of Israel. That is their whole bent. And so when they can convince some Christians to think in earthly manners, which is what the dispensationalists have done, and then through the, let's say, influence in Britain by Benjamin Disraeli, and you have Darby, and bring with a rearranging the doctrine of the scriptures, making it so earthly, kingdom-minded, and so therefore promoting the nation of Israel. Right. That's a major problem, and so you see the people, the Protestants, and especially dispensationalists, do not understand the scriptures, and they're not able to. Orthodoxy says that they're democratic, they're not hierarchical, and so they can't get a real true apprehension of what the scriptures are saying.
I will say this, guys, this is very unfair to the Jewish people. And I will say it's unfair because we're doing this on a Saturday. They have no way of responding. It's unfair because that's considered, work. So I think this is. Let's just read comments. Um, Jack, Memento Mori says to Jackson Reese, I know there's a book about Seraphim Sofia, Bulgaria, which refutes the claims by MP propagandists that he was pro-MP. In the book, he claims there's contrary evidence for his anti-MP stance. Yes. And let's see. James says the Franks and Catalans were, in my opinion, some of the most successful fighters against Muslim armies. Well, yeah, they took back a lot of land. So I think that's indisputable.
Yeah, is that Charles Martel or something like that? Or
Charles Martel and so on. They were good fighters ultimately, and they were effective. Jackson Reed says, "What is the best refutation of the resist from within position? Are the actions of Saints Athanasius, Maximus, Mark of Ephesus, Photius evidence for the true Orthodox response, and how so?" Well, that just gives me a chance to plug a book that is has been very popular over the past year, and that is the book "The History of Resistance" by Subdeacon Nectarius Harrison. Over 200 pages, including all of the saints you just listed and the description and why they form the basis of what is the traditional Orthodox position on resistance to heresy. So I would say that you're kind of right there. Just get that book, The History of Resistance, on Amazon, and that will help you understand that reasoning and logic. Here, what else have we got going on? Anything new on the X app? It does not appear to be. Hold on a moment. Oh no. Windows 8 tiles on Linux. It's not happening for me. Let's see. What else we got going on? Let me see if there's anything happening. Checking my email. No. Let me see here.
And I'll just share another thing. Some of the observations that I made came from reading a book by a rabbi, Louis Newman, who wrote this book about 1925 or so. Jewish Influence in Christian Reform Movements by Louis Newman. You can you can buy it yourself, you can get it. And he admits what I just told you. He says this, and when I read it, like the first 20, 25 pages into the book, and I looked at that, and my jaw dropped. I said, there you go. So you can get it right from the rabbi's mouth, as far as their influence upon the Christian movement, reform movements, and he'll go back to Luther and all those guys and then bring it up to date. So that's where I'm getting that information.
Well, I heard from my Orthodox, friend that the church actually condemns, this idea of dispensationalism as a heretical idea with the concept of Chiliasm. So, is there an actual condemnation of this in some year or by some bishop?
Well, Chiliasm is basically the belief in an earthly kingdom. So it's semi-related. So one would say dispensationalism is semi-Chilias. Dispensationalism, I don't think, has been formally condemned by the church, but that's only because it's relatively recent in origin. It's around the same time as ecumenism. It ties well with ecumenism because of the idea of recognition of more than the church as salvific.
I actually heard that the World Council of Churches had something to do with the publishing of the Schofield Bible. It's like the Lotus Club and I think it's the Oxford University Press that published it. It's like related somehow.
Well, I never made that connection, but I know the Schofield Bible. I've read it. The new Schofield Bible, I've met men who were on the committee, Feinberg or Clarence Mason, John Walford, Charles Ryrie. Those are all contemporaries that I've met, but add on to this the idea that the Orthodox called, let's say Chiliasm, but anything that was bringing God's kingdom down to earth and coming up from a humanistic perspective like Rome did, they called Aquinas a Judaizer.
Right, yes. I could see.
So
that.
you can see that this is a big movement of Judaizing, of again, it's despiritualizing the scriptures, and the Philadelphia College Bible, they all bang on Origen as being this terrible allegorist, but I jumped on that. It was funny. Newman mentions the allegorist, and I said, "Oh, this sounds interesting." So I found Rabanus Maurus, who was a disciple of Benedict, and then Isidore Seville, and then and I've read some of their stuff, and it is superb. And so the attack, the literal historical grammatical, is an attack against the spirituality of Christianity and of Orthodoxy. And it's Judy. Add on to all this to the whole picture, and you'll see you got quite a bit of opposition, and how much our country has been affected by it.
That idea that Saint Thomas Aquinas is a Judaizer, is this because he conflated the state with the church?
It was because he brought in humanistic thinking into theology. Remember, Rome had adopted rationalism, and so the Orthodox were saying, "You've gone off base." Are you there? Yeah. Excuse my clanking around. I'm doing some cooking, but forgive me. But anyway, yeah, that's why. And that was an eye opener for me too. Because I mean, I've read Aquinas, and you know what? With Aquinas, I got bored with him. To tell you the truth, I went through the Catholic Church. I journeyed through there for a few years, and actually, reading Aquinas was boring. And as a matter of fact, I'm reading his treatise on law and comparing it to the Orthodox treatises. It just shows Aquinas as being coming up rationalistically, starting from the man's perspective up to God, and the Orthodox are going revelation first and then down to man. It's quite obvious. And so if you read Nicholas Velimirovich's Pneumology, but then compare him to Aquinas, it's like light and darkness. And Aquinas is, again, he's quite boring, and it's like proposition, thesis, antithesis, and resolution and stuff like that. And it's like, you just don't approach theology that way from a man's perspective. So that's why they were calling him a Judaizer. He was influenced by the Jews to think in that direction.
I just put up this banner because I thought it was handy. If you want to argue the fact that Aquinas is boring, please call in. That's what kind of what this show is all about.
Well, when I read, the history of philosophy, right, by Copleston, right, he was saying, more, I guess, admitting in his own way that, I guess Aquinas reshaped a lot of Aristotle's ideas.
Yeah. Oh. He was basically adapting Aristotle for the most part.
You're looking at a naturalistic construct of God. You can, look with your eyes, your senses, and you can see God, cosmological, teleological, moral, ontological. These are commonsensical kind of things, but they're not revelatory. And so they leave you at a dead end. And so the history of Western philosophy has been a series of dead ends to the point where they quit, they give up, they end up in despair, and they become nihilistic.
Right. And that's because of because it's a total loss of the sacred at the end of the day when you start from natural causes and then proceed up to these revelatory experiences, as you're saying, right?
Well, the new Holy Father Seraphim Rose, he basically put it simply where he said that they had replaced a real action of grace that existed before they broke away from Orthodoxy and replaced it with a completely mechanistic system to describe. Right. And that's so they replaced the spiritual with just raw philosophy. And that's unfortunately reflective in their thinking, which has caused, for lack of a better word, their more spiritual and mystical aspects to become unhinged. You have the, on the one hand, you have the philosophers who basically were, repurposing Aristotle. And then on the other hand, you had nuns thinking that Jesus was their husband. So, that they would complete with wedding ceremonies and all the crazy stuff with that.
Yikes.
But totally sensual. In other words, down to earth, sensual, and not spiritual. And that's
Yep.
and Augustine, I was, it's getting into this flow of thought. I said, I found Augustine he has a treatise on the letter kills, but the spirit gives life. And read that. It is excellent in this realm of thought that we are in right now. Because, and like Father Joseph was just saying, Seraphim Rose said that they forsook grace and brought in a mechanistic viewpoint. And it's in other words, it's all of the letter. And they become moralistic, and the letter kills, because the law, all the law can do is kill. It shows up your sin, which gives you a death sentence. All right? We know the law is good, but I find I fail the law, and therefore I sin, and therefore I'm guilty and worthy of judgment. But therefore, if we stick with that moralism, which the Pharisees did, they never advanced into grace. You see, that's replete in the New Testament. All their condemnation of Christ is just law, dead letter. And so therefore, when we couple that, though, however, grace enables me to fulfill the law. So therefore, grace works through love. And so therefore, you see these churches without grace, without love, and so that is the spirit of our times, and that is a assessment of all these churches. They are without grace, and that means they are without love. And you'll notice, open the door at the seminaries and feel the cold air just right in your face, because that's what you get.
Now, because we have to be fair to everyone, and TML, I will ask you this. You've talked to a lot of Orthodox people. You've had me on. You have a number of friends who are Orthodox.
Yes.
What's holding you back from becoming Orthodox?
To be very honest, it might be just like the praying to a guy part, like praying to a dude. That might be the number one thing that holds me back right now.
But when you say praying, I assume you mean like Jesus, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Now you do. I mean, you're a smart guy, so you probably understand that we don't see him as a regular dude, right?
Oh yeah. I would think. I think that most Orthodox Christians, I would say that they're praying to God. What I think God is. So I would say that. Because I look at their actions and what they produce in the world, and like my friends that are Orthodox Christian, they're really good people. I think they're better than a lot of Muslims I know. So that is the fact of the matter. So I go by that.
It's interesting because your main objection is the actual reason that he came down to begin with, when you think about it, because the whole point is that God became man. So as I think St. John Chrysostom said, God became man so that man could become God, or united to God, in other words. So he became a person in that sense to, kind of reach out to humanity directly. And so, believe it or not, I think that's the central thing that you're wrestling with. But remember that action, however strange, was done out of love for mankind in a fashion we can't even totally envision. Because
yes, I find it beautiful for sure.
Yeah, it's across space and time.
So why can't you relate to Christianity? Can you repeat that for me again?
I think that was for you.
Yeah, I guess it's just like the whole concept of praying to a man that walked around, like a historical, like a person, right? Because I know that, Jesus is a historical person. I believe that Jesus existed and he did all those miracles, and that he was, created by, by God from his word. Right, so like God formed him from his word, right? So he is born by, via immaculate conception, right? So
Yeah,
there's
well,
no hang-ups there. But yeah,
we would say he is the Word made flesh.
Yeah.
Because,
right,
that's-
He went-
right, because he existed before, and that is another part I would have maybe a hang-up with, just logically speaking, right? How Jesus could both exist before creation and then come into existence at the time of his own birth, I suppose, right?
So you see, you're entering into the rationalistic school right there, and this
Little
is the
bit, yes.
trap.
Yeah, I have
That's
to
the
admit,
trap
yeah.
that
I have to
yeah,
admit.
that's a trap that the Catholics went into. That's the trap that the Protestants are in, more or less. You see, and so therefore, you have to accept the fact that, well, can you even figure out your own existence? The fact that you're matter and your spirit. Can you resolve all that? You know, can you find a unifying factor in the universe? For all the particulars, can you bring it into a unity and make sense out of it? Because the philosophers have never been able to.
Right.
You see,
Yeah,
so
I see
you
that,
know,
yeah.
so you have to accept the whole idea of mystery, that some things are just unknowable because you are a created being, created by an infinite being. So you know you're less. You're just a created being. So therefore,
Right.
but you can't understand everything because you're created. So there are mysteries out there, which basically what we do is we accept and we adore and wonder in awe that these things actually happen. We don't understand it, but boy, we're glad they did. Especially because we fell, we fell in the garden through our first parents, and so therefore we've been reconciled. This is fantastic. But otherwise, where can you go outside of that? Where else can you go?
Yeah,
No.
well, I have to, I think, submit to some form of, I think, rational, means of inquiry, and I think that, although I won't take the entire sort of empiricist, like route, right? Like I'll probably proceed from like some first principles, right? And out of those first principles, right, I would say that we're part of nature, right, and nature is a created thing, right, but it's not we don't get to choose within that natural form, right? So the first thing I would deny is sort of like free will, right? And I know that there's a huge like thing of that, and then I would sort of say like God's in control of nature, right? Which sort of means that our rational like means, right, are not totally I guess don't have to totally lead us astray, but they could be part of a like sort of understanding of God and nature, which I think God and nature are basically good, right? But I don't think that human beings have control over like nature, for example. So what I would say about man's rationality, I'd say it's limited, so I do proceed from like some first principles, and I do acknowledge that there are mysteries that we'll never get to, right? And I probably think that God is one of those mysteries, right? Like God is one of those things that we'll never completely comprehend or understand. But I don't think that like God is like separate from nature. Like
Well,
God had. Yeah.
we would go so far as to say that once you become a Christian, even though those mysteries may not be resolved, you would unite to them in through salvation and pass because obviously once you pass on, you're you're united to God is how we would see that, and so But that
Right.
again, it goes right back to that. Why did Jesus show up and say he was God thing? And so the whole point is that you know, from our perspective, and I mean, I would honestly, and I know that I'm being annoying, but that's kind of about this, but that's kind of the purpose of this show is to invite people not just to orthodoxy, but for those who aren't Christian, to invite them to a relationship with Jesus Christ. Which I know sounds bizarre, but if you consider that from our perspective, God united to man through the incarnation, then Jesus is very much alive, and all you have to do is start asking him directly.
And then you have to also resolve the issues of life and death. Why are we alive? But then again, why do men die? And then we have the issue of sin, the issue of evil, and we have to find not only evil in the world and sin in the world, but within our own selves. And so we have to wrestle with those issues. And you yourself,
the world, like, is sin part of the world? Is it part of nature?
Well,
no, because nature in itself is not evil. What is sin? It's it's a will. It's an act of the will to defy God's order, to defy God's will. It's a rebellion against it. Man became prideful, and so rebelled against God. So sin entered into the world, and death.
Okay, welcome, Reader John.
Father bless.
May God bless you in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And okay, so the gang is all here on the morning shift. For those who are new here, because it's a daytime show, normally Reader John and Father Boniface, or one of them each, or they're usually here on Sundays at Sunday nights, which is where we usually do shows. But I don't know if you know why. If you heard why I'm here early, and why we're here early, it's because basically I got basically like telemarketed by the Republican National Convention, and then I woke up to Twitter and people wanting to argue, and then I saw mosques burning in Iran, and I was like, "Huh, must be a time to do a show then." So that's how we ended up here. So this isn't going to be a regular thing, I don't think. Normally, I think I would have been sleeping, but things didn't work out that way today.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm on daddy duty, so I can't stay too long, but I figure I'd jump on a little bit.
Oh, okay. Well, it's understandable that it's not the normal time. So, I'm just glad to see y'all. And so, in any case, this is
Christ is born.
Glorifying. And I've been making use of the non-fasting period.
Somebody is. I can hear grilling.
Yeah, no, Father Boniface is cooking something, and he hasn't told us what it is.
Well, I'm frying up some onions, frying up some peppers. Now I'm frying the hamburger. And so I'm going to combine them with a little bit of tomato sauce, and then cook up some potatoes, and then put them all together and eat them.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
So
you're missing bacon, Father. You're missing bacon.
No, you know what? That's terrible. It just hurts for you to say that, because I haven't eaten bacon in a long time because I just too many additives that I'm scared of. Yeah. Too many preservatives, but I admit it's probably the best tasting food in the world. But anyway, so I have to put up my resistance and just say I just call it a sacrifice.
That's why you need farm fresh, Father. Farm fresh.
Farm fresh, yeah. That's what. Again, curate yourself. Build yourself a smokehouse, and hang that pig on a hook and sit him there for a couple weeks.
I don't have to. I live in the boonies. We already got that stuff out here.
I was painting part of a farm in Maryland one time, and the guy had a smokehouse. Uh-huh. So it was cool. It was cool.
Yeah.
It was a farm with an allodial title. In other words, it wasn't taxed. It had an original allodial title, which I think there are probably only about 5 of them left in the whole U.S. So anyway, it was interesting.
Well, I mean, we've been looking for opponents, and so far we got no opponent. I mean, technically, we had somebody call in and point out that there were 12 true Orthodox churches in Toronto at least. I had no idea it was that many, but I knew it was a lot. But
yeah, Montreal is growing too. So.
Yeah, so for people in Montreal or Toronto, there's plenty of places to go to become true Orthodox. Plenty of places to go to worship if you are already true Orthodox and you didn't know that. So that's something to consider.
No, are those 12 churches or 12 trailer parks?
No, they're actually there. He said there's a couple of house churches, but there's actually some really big ones. He said the GOCM's cathedral there just got renovated, and it's one of the most beautiful churches he ever saw. So I am curious.
Yeah, we need pictures, and we need to add it together, and we need to send a package to some guy in World Orthodoxy that says there's only trailer parks.
There's only 5 people in a trailer park in Florida. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Florida's growing.
Yeah.
Florida, we're out of the trailer park into the house. It's awesome. It's awesome.
Absolutely. Let me see here. Yes, they were wrong. Guys, why don't you come on the show? It's like, okay, well, actually, he's just arguing with another guy. So, okay. I guess people who want to argue are, like, afraid to call
They can't make it past the live chat again.
Yeah, even if well, no, they don't even make it into the live chat. I've been inviting people who are arguing with me on X. One of them actually did say that he couldn't because he was at work. So I'm like thinking to myself, how are you? I mean, I know how people.
Wait. They're at work, but they're on X. Huh.
Yeah, I know how people do it. It's they got the little phone.
Well, tell him to go. Tell him he needs to go to the bathroom and jump on.
That would be kind of embarrassing if somebody called in like that. And they're like, "Yeah, I have something to say," and you hear like someone flushing, and but in any case. So
I would say that concerning the person who mentions trailer parks, that the letter kills, but the spirit gives life. All they're doing is they're just killing with the letter. And what spirit are they promoting in their discussion, in their promotion of their conversation over the internet?
I mean, this is that claim was by Jay Dyer, and
yeah, I know.
He's ridiculous in general. More interested in his own self-promotion and the people who follow him.
Well, he's not promoting a spirit; he's promoting spirits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's promoting, like I said, the letter kills. He's just promoting his own concocted Pharisaical version of religion with no life to it. It's outside of grace. Because if there was grace, there would be love. That's what I just wonder sometimes about these people who criticize the Western Rite. It's like, how about loving people who are just doing a different brand that was, originated in the West in the first century, continued on, used the Latin, the language of their time, which was Latin. This is great stuff. I love the Eastern Rite. I love the Eastern Church. I read their people all the time. But I'm Western. I mean, there should be love for people, and it just needs to be there. No, anyway.
Yeah, I think
we're hitting the second out. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying that with Jay Dyer, there's evidence of some nefarious ends. I mean, especially with the Alex Jones types that he sort of colludes with. That they are part of some sort of political. Yeah, right. So it looks like they do a lot of like disinfo, like a lot of like political subversion on those platforms. So that seems nefarious.
Yeah. I'm going to up the goal because of the fact that I kind of just put up a random number out.
I just like hearing Jay Dyer and Nefarious in the same sentence. It's lovely.
Well, he's kind of nefarious, Hold on one second. I'm moving up the goal because, as I mentioned, we do need help to keep the lights on, and so we appreciate 4K's donation of $50 Canadian. And so I'm going to set the goal to, if you give me one moment, I'm setting it to 350 because I'm upping it to 400 because realistically I need at least that much to just survive because of the stairs. Well, I said I would do it Sunday. I said I would share picks on Sunday. I haven't actually taken a pick, but they are fixed. We did get new stairs, thank God. But I am in debt $400 to Klarna now. So current goal today is now 350. We've done 50 Canadian 4K. Thank you so much for that. And if anyone wants to help, again, we do everything from PayPal to Cash App to crypto, you name it. Just go to nfq.net if you want to send something directly, or use a super chat, which helps us out with next month's bills. So that's kind of our goal today. There's no winning or losing today because this is a morning stream. We don't have to do that because
Winning.
We're just winning altogether just by being here together. So once again, I will note it is a live Q&A. If you want to jump on the stream to ask a question, make a comment, tell us we're going to hell. Please click the link in the top of the chat. We're willing to argue. I hate to say it, but I feel like a lot of people watch the streams and kind of just sneeze quietly. And the whole point of a Q&A stream is to talk things out. So I would have no problem with doing that. I mean, shoot, I've tried to convert TML here at least twice on the stream. And
now, what's your background, TML?
What? Huh?
What's his background? I missed part of the stream. So.
I think TML is a Sunni Muslim.
Right.
And
I was born.
Yeah, and he's
like Sunni, American Sunni, or like overseas Sunni.
No, American. I think where are you from, TML? Because you sound like you're from Ohio.
Oh well, I live in Detroit.
Of course you do.
Yeah.
He has mom's spaghetti.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the Caliphate of Michigan.
Yeah.
So I had mentioned I'm a retired mailman. On my route, I had Muslims on my route, and they were Palestinian. But maybe not all of them. But the one I talked to, he said that a lot of Muslims are just manipulated by the New World Order. That's all they are. They're just brought out by the New World Order.
Yeah, they're just like normal folks. Yeah,
it's unfortunate. Brown Boy asks the question in all caps, which means it has to appear on the screen. Do you think Constantine was Edomite?
Huh?
I think he may be a black Hebrew. I think he may be converting to black Hebrew Israelites.
Oh my goodness.
I met those guys. I met them on the street.
Yeah, the only Muslims I know in the States are either Palestinian or, well, this might be controversial, Persian. I don't like saying Iranian. So.
Yeah. So
I got a Persian rug dealer. Very nice person.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with that statement. Constantine was, Roman. I mean, if you're
it's different time periods too.
Yeah. Let's see here.
So in other words, you have the New World Order, which has infiltrated Islam, or maybe it was there already from maybe the beginning, believe it or not. But weren't there rabbis that helped promote and start up Islam?
No, I don't think that is can be historically verified, but I do think that there is a type of recent sort of takeover. I think the Saudis, they are sort of the recent takeover of Islam, right? And I think that actually the New World Order has infiltrated like all, like the major like three religions. Like obviously Judaism is like it uniquely intersects with the New World Order because of this whole concept of the New Jerusalem, right? And how Marx mentioned these ideas that they took from these sort of occultists like Swedenborg, right? So they so already early on in Judaism there was a sort of New World Order because they had a sort of historical a messianic expectation, right, of a sort of like the reestablishment of Israel as a state, right, was sort of baked into their sort of eschatological schemes. So they
Sure, it
already
was
have a
right.
sort of yeah. So that's already done and done, right? The Christians, I think they got taken over during the Protestant Reformation, right? And I think that that already happened previously because of like the Templars and like they went on the Crusades and then they like changed religions, right? So that went all the way up until the Protestant Reformation, where they just kept changing the religion, right? And then so I think the Jays were changing their religion around the same time because I think in the 1100s they founded the Kabbalah and all this type of stuff, right? So you had like Abraham Abulafia and all this stuff. So I think in the 1100s there was some sort of New World Order formulation, with the Christians and the Jays. But then I think in the 1800s and the 1900s they took over Sunni Islam via these Saudis, right? So this also happened, right? Because they created Saudi Arabia.
It seems like Sunnism became more of a geopolitical pawn in that in the 1900s. 1800s and 1900s.
And I would say this is that.
But I think Sunni Islam is more, because the Shia Islam can be used that way because it's like a smaller
both
faction.
can, yeah, both of them can. I'm not denying that, but I'm just saying Sunni being the larger branch, I would say.
Yeah, it's like 90-10.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a 90 split. Yeah,
yeah. The subversion of the Sunni sect is in the creation of, of Wahhabism, right? So you have this guy named Abdul Wahhab, right? And he worked with the Saudis.
But that's the most extreme school, though, right?
Yeah, the Wahhabi sect. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also the most modern school. So that's the weird part, right?
Oh, really? Huh.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, it actually, I think, if I remember correctly, that didn't Wahhabism start like after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire? It's like pretty recent.
Right. Exactly. Right. So it's kind of concurrent with the fall of the Ottomans.
Yeah, so that makes sense.
Well, Father Boniface dropped off. Hopefully, he comes back.
Oh, there's the sizzling's going.
23 says, I mean, some of the Old Testament priests were worshiping demons secretly in the temple in Ezekiel chapter 8. Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
So God willing, Father Boniface comes back. I did just see this note, so I am going to put this up, that there is a new Give, Send, Go for the Abbey. And this, Father Boniface is back. One moment. Thank you. Welcome back, Father.
The sizzling returns.
Yeah, I'm going to put this up real quick because it is. I just got news of this today. It's a brand new campaign for the upkeep and repair for Holy Name Abbey in New Jersey. Their goal is to kind of, I guess, they're going for a regular target of around $3,000 a month. And basically, it's because there's repairs, roofs, floors, sidings, leaks, new gutters, a new cemetery. As well as managing the 25-acre grounds, which have large numbers of fallen trees. One thing a lot of people don't realize when they visit the Abbey of the Holy Name is they see the church, but they don't realize all the land that's up to the top of the mountain is part of the Abbey. So, yeah, they're trying to, it says here, update number 1, new flooring for the Abbey church nave. I can't make the picture bigger, but the idea is that the current floor is painted concrete. So they're trying to put like proper flooring on it.
It needs some renovations.
Yeah, so they're doing some stuff. So they're asking support. So if you can, I will put the link in the chat. And not like I haven't been asking for myself, but also, it is technically my diocesan center. So as far as I'm concerned, sending to them to help would be great as well. And then having said that, I will of course point out that we here have a fundraising goal as well. Let's see here. Wait, did we get a new question? Hold on. Let me check. Personal God or impersonal God? How do Orthodox tell? Well, I think that's kind of what we were discussing with TML. The fact that God came down and was incarnate by the power of the Holy Spirit and walked on the earth, and preached to people and talked directly and
I would
established.
say hyper personal.
Yeah, established his church physically. We believe that Jesus Christ is alive, and so
Yeah.
he is interacting in our lives daily. So he is very personal.
Yeah, we consume him actually.
Yeah.
So it's a good all caps question. I'm putting it up because it is all caps, but I don't understand why. Maybe this is that's I was going to say I got to do some behavior modification. If I'm trying not to encourage all caps, I should probably not put them on the screen. So in any case, this is a special and different show because we are here in the morning. So in theory, we are not limited by bedtime. I actually plan to probably close the stream unless if we get a couple more donations, we'll keep it open for a little longer. But right as of now, we've got the one donation, which was very kind. And, I'm trying to put a realistic number, but it's not. I don't know how far that goal's going to go. But otherwise we'll probably close up shop pretty soon because we've been going for about 2 hours now.
But yeah,
Wow.
if you guys will engage me, what would you guys say about this concept of, because we're sort of talking about the personification of God in human form, right? So what would you guys say about this concept of the logos, right? Because because on our show we're sort of talking about Heraclitus, and to him, right, the logos is sort of like impersonal. I would say it's sort of this deeply impersonal, right, concept, because it's sort of like nature itself, right, and it doesn't care like whether like what happens to you personally, right? So it's like the opposite of love, really, because it's like war, right? So it's kind of like.
I think it's interesting that you point that out because even the term of the logos before the coming of Christ was understood impersonally, but that's why it's so specific that the Apostle John, with of course the very first words of his gospel, uses the logos and says, in the beginning was the logos, and the logos was with God, and the logos was God.
Right.
And so the point
But
is,
it can also be personal, right?
he literally goes from the impersonal to the personal in Christ.
Well, but even the pre-incarnate Christ does interact with his creation, because we see him like at the Oak of Memory when he's meeting with Abraham, or we see him in the furnace with the 3 holy ewes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that he was impersonal before he became incarnate. In other words, the Trinity are persons. Yeah, the Trinity are persons. It's just that there was one that had that became incarnate, and because to say that the Word was impersonal puts it into a rationalistic category, which makes it unknowable, or let's say impersonal.
Well, the Word
flat.
became flesh. The Word became flesh, but before he became flesh, was he still the Word? Yes.
He was still Word, but he was a Word, but he wasn't a concept as a Word could be. He was very God.
Yeah, he was a person of the Trinity. Now, Bishop Enoch says the pre-Christian Greek philosophers had at best vague ideas due to their fallen minds, and I think that that's true to some degree.
Yeah, they do allude to. They do allude to it.
So I think it's interesting you brought that up, TML. It's because really it's kind of that's central to the Christian faith.
But the philosophers,
And actually, it's the attack of the world, the attack of Satan and all religions to get God off the earth. They don't want him on the earth because they don't want to deal with him personally. They don't want to deal with their sin, that they've rebelled against God, because the origin of the Garden of Eden was that man rebelled, he sinned, and was given the penalty of death, separation from God. And so they don't want to recognize that. They don't want to deal with it. However, let's say, as ugly as that seems, God made a way of redemption. God restores man, but man has to repent from his pride, from his strength from God, and that's what the world does. They would rather go their own way. Like Isaiah says, all we like sheep have gone astray, we have turned everyone to his own way.
Yep.
And so it calls for repentance of turning from their own way and coming to faith in Christ, because Jesus did say, I'm the way, the truth, and the life, and no man comes to the Father but through me, Well,
that's why Christianity was originally called the way.
Yeah. Now, it's Bishop Enoch adds the word / logos was still a person prior to the incarnation.
Correct.
Some of the pre-Christian Greek philosophers had an impersonal idea as a force, while some had an idea like a person. It took divine revelation to correct the mind of man, because man could never, of his own self, have come to the truth, but by divine grace.
And that's what I was going to say. Like the philosophers, they danced around it, but they didn't quite hit the bullseye.
That's because from their own perspective, they did not submit to revelation. They just tried to keep it on their own terms, and they end up in futility, whether they were pre-Christ with the Greek philosophers or contemporary today. It's the same thing. They're trying to create God in their own image, and it fails.
Yeah.
Why is the room quiet?
I don't know.
I'm letting TML digest that.
So, Islam just abhors the idea that Jesus is God's son. Isn't that correct?
Yes. I think
Yes.
in the text of the Quran,
The text of the Quran, the concept is directly rejected. Right. It says, in Surah Ikhlas, it says that God neither begets nor is begotten. So it says in a direct sort of idea, like sort of argumentative, and it's sort of like Parmenides or something like that. Like, there's like no beginning, like no end. It's almost confusing.
Oh, 154.
Almost.
Good morning. We've actually had talks with him about Islam, so that's interesting. I'm still waiting for your email back about a good time to do a show. Bishop Enoch says Father Boniface is correct. If you simply try to use your own reasoning, it's going to fail, since you're trying to reach from earth to heaven, while it was heaven that had to reach down to earth. Well, 154 says we're talking about Islam. Well, TML is Muslim, so that's why we want to bring him to Orthodox Christianity. And interestingly, his biggest, I guess, not gripe, but thing that he's contesting with is the idea of worshiping a man, but that's the God man. So,
I think TML, if you look at the history of religion, and like when I went back to the Genesis in the garden, and I coupled it with Isaiah, all we like sheep have gone astray, we've turned everyone to his own way, the issue doesn't become rational. Of course, God uses our reason. He calls us to be reasonable. He says, come, let us reason together. But we also see a more or less a war of will, of volition, that men choose to walk away from God. Men chose to kill Jesus Christ. Men chose to go their own way. So that's not a rationalistic decision. That's a willful, a volitional decision. And God holds us accountable for our volitional choices.
Yep. Let me see here.
Doesn't Islam struggle with the idea of a personal God versus a...
Yeah, I think because God's supposed to be utterly transcendent in Islam.
Yeah, but it is a personal material being. I think according to most sort of ideations, because the Imam Ghazali, right? He argued with sort of the Neoplatonists, right? There's these guys called the Islamic Neoplatonists.
Yeah.
And they said that God is sort of immaterial, right? And he pointed out verses of the Quran which seem to suggest that God has limbs and all sorts of things. So he said, no, actually, God is a being like us, right?
Well, again, that's his opinion. So he's creating God in his own image. And you see, that's where actually Islam kind of corresponds and relates to rabbinic Judaism, because they're saying a lot of the same things. The principles are my own laws, my own will, creating an image from my own concoction, and I'm legalistic. I'm a dead letter. I kill everybody else, whether thought or sometimes in person. But it's just there are a lot of corresponding things there.
It just feels like it's. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, one of the ways that it corresponds to the Catholics and the Jews is this legalistic tendency, because there's a lot of law books, but in another sense, right? It seems like Islam sort of rejects a lot of the key tenets of the Talmudic system, right? Because the Talmudic ideas, they seem to contradict Islam at several degrees. Like, for example, they condemn, Jesus, yet he's sort of revered in the Quran, right? So,
I would say that.
Yeah.
That's just the fundamental flaw of the Quran. There's like two different. It feels like there's two different personalities fighting against each other within the Quran, to be honest.
Okay, now we're getting kind of a bunch of questions now. So
Sure.
Let's see here. Brown's boy. Well, not this. That's third question. So Brown's boy started with: are there any gemstones or crystals true Orthodoxy use in ceremony/relics? Not to my knowledge. I've never seen one. Then 154-1965 says, you told me 2 months ago you'll fix a day to speak with me about Islam and Christianity. I'm still waiting. I actually sent you an email like 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, we've talked about it on the live stream.
Yeah, we mentioned that I sent you an email. Why did God and Christianity? You can come up if you want to. Just click the link at the top of the chat
and give us your email, because apparently it's not getting to you.
Huh?
I said, and he can give us his email since it's apparently not getting to him if he's asking.
Yeah, I mean, we can do that again. Why did God and Christianity have only begotten son, not daughter, and he came in the image of male, not female? Because Christ is the new Adam. Man was created first. Woman came from man, and in a reversal, Mary is the new Eve. Oh, okay, here he is. Okay, welcome, Aladdin. How's it going?
Sorry, am I coming clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Am I audible? Okay, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning.
Well, afternoon now, but
it's 3 a.m. almost here.
Yeah, morning here.
Oh, that's right. You're across the world. You're sorry.
3 a.m. here.
Yeah.
Anyway, I gave you my email in the past several times. I never received any email from you whatsoever.
It should be from dcnjoseph@zoho.com.
Nothing. I receive emails from different YouTube channels and I reply to them. I never receive nothing from you.
I am going. Okay, here's what I'm going to do just to.
We've seen them send it, so we know it's sent. It might just.
No. What was the email, please? Can you tell me what email did you send it to, please?
Sure. Give me a second, and I will find it.
If you got the wrong email.
Is it FLORAL1956 @hotmail.com?
Yes.
I sent that on December 7th, 2025. I will resend. I'll send you. I'll forward it again.
Well, let him check his spam folder.
Can you send it right now while I'm with you, and I'll tell you if
of course.
Email is open in front of me. My email is open right now.
We're doing tech support at 3 a.m.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. I'm sending it to you right now. I send it to you.
And check your spam folder.
Yeah. I just sent it again. I just said hello.
Yeah, well,
I just received an email from you saying hello. Just now.
But if you look
Nothing
underneath,
else.
you'll see the
Nothing
email
else.
that I sent in December.
Yeah, but you're here now, so I mean,
You know, I'm here.
obviously you were emailing to come on the show, right? So mission
No.
accomplished.
The issue here, whenever I want to join the stream, he's telling me we are talking about a different topic. It's not the time to speak about Islam. We will set a meeting next time, and I've joined several times. I've tried to join, and he always telling me the same issue. Am I correct?
I will say this, TML, he did mention that it's 3 a.m. where he is. I forget what country he's in, but it's pretty late for him. So I get why he wants to set up a time, but I did send an email, and I'm sorry that you didn't see it, but I just sent another one.
This is the only time I receive an email from you, and God knows.
Well, copy and paste the earlier one, Father, and send it to him again.
I did. I forwarded it. If you look, Aladdin, at the underneath the hello, you'll see my email that was sent December 7th. I'm not lying to you.
No, I'm not saying that you're lying. I'm telling you that honestly, I didn't receive anything. If I did, I will reply to you.
It might have gone to the spam folder or something. That's possible. I don't know. But I did operate in good faith.
Actually, you cannot see a spam folder in Hotmail. It says inbox, junk email, draft.
Junk is spam for them.
Junk. Same thing.
No, in junk, there is nothing. It's empty.
Okay. Well, Father said he's forwarding it to you again, so you should receive it now.
Yeah, I just did. He did receive it. He said it says hello. Brown's boy says, Father Sladen, don't let new guy take TML spot. TML receives emails. LOL.
He's fine.
And anyway, just forget it. I just received an email from you.
All right, just write me. We'll work out a time. We'll work out the time.
Now, I would like to ask my questions again, which I post in the text. So I will ask it in person. Okay? I ask you, in Christianity, why is it that God has only begotten son, not begotten daughter? And why did he come in an image of male son, not in an image of female daughter?
Yeah, I just explained that, which was that Christ is the new Adam. Adam was the first person placed on earth, and woman came from him. And so in a reversal, woman was purified to bring the new Adam back on earth.
So that's the answer for the second part or the first part?
Both parts.
Both parts. So you are telling me that he has only begotten son because his begotten son will be the second Adam? That's the
new Adam. Yes, he's
right.
Okay. That's already with having a begotten son. Now, why he came in an image of a man? Not in becoming image of man has nothing to do with Adam. Now, why he came in an image of a man, incarnate in a man, not in a woman? I will not argue. I'll just listen to your answers.
Well, because he created Adam first, and then the woman was the helpmate.
Yeah, and it was a patriarchal society at the time, so the man would be the head of the family. So wouldn't the man be the head of the church?
Yeah.
But the woman is also created in the image of God too.
Correct.
They're both in the image of God.
Right.
Because woman derives from man, who was created.
Neither of them is of any lesser image.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, I have another question.
Sure.
If you Leviticus chapter 12, which is very short, I think it's 7 or 8 verses.
Mm-hmm.
It says, if a woman give a birth to a baby boy, she will be unclean for 1 week and 33 days.
Uh-huh.
If she give a birth to a baby girl, she will be unclean for double time, 2 weeks and 66 days. Now, why is it that the birth of the girl make the mother unclean double time of the birth of a boy? Scientifically, why is that?
We don't. Well, first off, from a religious standpoint, it's just the birthing of children makes a woman unclean for 40 days, male or female. It doesn't matter. But scientifically, I don't know what you mean exactly. I mean, she's considered ritually unclean because of the issue of
Yeah.
blood.
Well, what would science have to do with ritual uncleanness?
I got your point. 40 days. It says 40 days in regard of a newly born baby boy. But it says in the verse also, in the same chapter, it's a baby girl, it's double time. It's double time. 2
Well, what
weeks.
I'm saying,
6
yeah,
days.
but
So
we
my
don't.
question is, why is it the woman double time? If she gave to a baby girl, she will be unclean for double time, not for 40 days. Read it. Just open chapter Leviticus chapter 12, please, and you
Well,
read it. Chapter.
40 days is 40 days is a time of repentance. So double the time is double the repentance.
Can you open Leviticus 12 and read it, please? It's very short chapter. I think 7 or 8 verses, not that big. Actually, I'm talking from my memory. I remember this very, very long time ago, 20, 30 years ago. And I asked actually this question so many times. And with all the respect to you, I didn't get any. I even asked Jewish about that. Okay, so I hope that you have an answer for this.
The Jews would give you a different answer than the Christian, though.
Well, I think that the woman has more purification requirements than the man does. That's
Well,
why I think you're looking at.
And at that time period, women. So I believe in the Old Testament, if I'm remembering correctly, to have a boy, especially as your firstborn, would be a joy. And they don't say the same thing about the females. It's a patriarchal society, so that's not unusual.
Yeah, I mean, this is. You keep in mind that this part of Leviticus also mentions that the boy needs to be circumcised, which obviously, as Christians, we don't believe is necessary anymore.
Yeah, that's more of a halacha. That's more Jewish law, not Christian.
Yeah, what he's talking about is in Leviticus 12, chapter 12.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the ritual requirements would be different under Jewish law than it would be under canon law.
Yeah.
And actually, and remember, that's Old Testament.
Yeah.
Like you already said, we're in the New Testament times, so we can't, let's say, bring those attitudes or those requirements into our times because they're all eliminated now. Because the scriptures say in Christ there is no difference between Jew and Greek, male and female.
Yeah.
Excuse me, with all due respect to you, to the gentleman who was talking, I believe his name is Father Bonifacio, if I was not mistaken.
Boniface. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, when you go to Matthew chapter 5, verse 17 and 18, it says, I did not come to destroy the laws or the prophet. I came to fulfill. So he's talking about the law.
But if you go to the Acts of the Apostles, that
I will ask you. I'll ask you.
Well, he didn't destroy it. He fulfilled it. The spirit of the law versus the letter of the law.
Can I finish?
Go for it.
Can I make my question, please? Let me make.
Sure, of course. Go.
In Leviticus 12, it says, I speak out of my memory. Correct me if I was mistaken. It says, and it is the laws of Moses. It says that law of Moses about giving birth, male or female. And now when Jesus says, I did not come to change the laws of the prophet, so he did not come to change the laws of Moses. And Leviticus 12 is the laws of Moses. Am I correct? So how come you're telling me that he changed it?
He came to fulfill the spirit of the law, not abide by the letter of the law. Because
so how did he fulfill Leviticus 12, please?
Because he's the Son of God. So I mean, God is fulfilling. Wait, hold on.
Sure.
If God is fulfilling the law and God created the law, doesn't that fall upon God to decide if it's fulfilled or not?
Okay, you said that he fulfilled the law. I'm asking you, how did he fulfill the law?
Because up until that time, there was the letter of the law. I mean, you can look at the Pharisees; they were very concerned with the letter of the law, but Christ Himself pointed it out. Well, the law was not made for you. You know, he gave the example of a donkey falling in a pit. And he was saying, once you go rescue your donkey, but you don't fulfill the other precepts of the law. So he was actually calling the Pharisees out because they were talking about the letter of the law, even though they didn't even follow the letter of the law. So
and the
Christ
spirit
himself,
of the law was that in a man's love for his beast, he would go rescue it from enduring the pain that it would have. So in his love for his beast, and Jesus' love for mankind, when his
It's even
disciples
greater
were
than-
walking through a field and they were plucking grain, the Pharisees were angry that they were supposedly, breaking the law by working, but Jesus said, basically, it was compassion that they were hungry. So they were allowed to break that lower law in order to uphold a higher law of grace and mercy. Even David
Well,
partook of the showbread and gave to his small army there,
which was
breaking the
the
law,
Yeah.
which was the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law was love for mankind, that they would get substance to continue to live. And so Jesus, though, he fulfilled the law. He honored every bit of the Mosaic law. But when that was finished, he was the sacrifice for sin. And therefore, the Father received the sacrifice. And so therefore, it was now needed. The perfect sacrifice was now completed. So therefore, the old law was done away with when Christ comes in as the fulfillment of not only the Old Testament law, but of the grace of the law, which he fulfills because of his love for mankind. And so his grace and love is greater than the Old Testament law, which was fulfilled and eliminated.
Now, I would like to point again to the scripture here in Leviticus in chapter 12. Right after the purification of the mother, she was supposed to bring her offerings to the priest at the entrance of the tabernacle. And this includes bringing a lamb, or if she couldn't afford a lamb, to bring 2 turtle doves or young pigeons. But for us, for the church, the ultimate sacrifice has occurred in Christ. We don't bring sacrifices, like we don't bring living animals to be sacrificed to the altar anymore. So obviously there are going to be some changes. So just putting aside the time of days, circumcision has changed, sacrifice has changed. We're in a new testament, a new covenant. So that's why it's changed.
And remember, the letter kills, but the spirit gives life. And that means the letter of all the laws of mankind, they just kill, they can't give life. Jesus, gives life.
So you are telling me when Jesus said that he fulfilled, that's mean he abrogated the old laws with the new laws in the New Testament. So he had an
abrogation is a harsh word to use because I know that has a specific context in Islam, but he didn't actually abrogate it; he completed it.
No, the Bible said abrogation. Actually, there are some verses I can give you. Yeah, I can give you some versions which they said the laws was abrogated because it was weak. I can show you the verses and the versions.
I think I know what you're talking about, and I think that's Romans.
No, let me quote them for you. Let me quote them for you. I will mute myself. I have them there somewhere. I don't want to speak out of my memory. I'll post you the version and the verses where it says that it was abrogated because it was weak. So therefore, it has to be abrogated.
It was not abrogated. It was sustained. But the law is weak in that it cannot save the soul, because all the law does is condemn. Because all the law does is show a person their sinfulness, that they break the law. Just like in any law of any religion, whether it be Christianity or Judaism or Islam, their laws, all men break. They don't keep them perfectly, and all they do is condemn. They cannot give life. The law is good, as the scripture says. The 10 commandments of Moses are good. We acknowledge that. But they condemn because it shows us our sinfulness. Christ, in his love, gives grace for us to be enabled to fulfill the law, to actually do the law, because it is the law of love. That's what Christ does in his grace. He fulfills the law, but now we have an even higher law, the law of love, which fulfills all the law. That's what the Apostle Paul is talking about in the book of Romans. That's what Augustine was talking about in the letter kills, the spirit gives life. This is the love that the church has, which all other religions in the world do not have.
Right. Now, let me just see here, because...
Can you say something, please? I just put you in the live chat 4 different versions which use the word abrogation because it's weak, And if you go to the original in Greek,
Actually, I'm going to put a, yeah, John, I'm going to stop you right there.
Can I finish, please? Can I finish, please? If you go to Bible Hub summary,
if I may,
original-
I understand that you're putting up a few different Bible translations. However, I'm going to show you the majority of them because
no,
of the
no,
fact.
I'm not yet done because I will go back to the original Greek, which you can find in BibleHub.com.
But
And they give the meaning of the word as abrogation. It says
let's
the
take a
word
look.
is
The new-
antithesis.
Every okay,
Abrogation.
almost every version in English of the Bible that is in modern use, none of them use abrogation. They say set aside. In the King James, they say a disannulling. The New King James, they say it's an annulling, nullification, setting aside, setting aside, setting aside. These are the most popular Bibles out there. So, I mean, I understand that you want to come out and say, but look, multiple Bibles say this, but they're definitely not the majority of Bibles by any means. The majority of Bibles don't say that because that would set aside the real meaning of what they're saying. Abrogation is, as I said, kind of for lack of a better word, it's a much more legalistic concept than what is actually being presented here. So I'm not trying to put you down or anything, but just to point out the reality. Now you're saying Bible Hub summary said the original Greek word is under 115, and that would be athetesis.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you before you cut me off. And it says that the meaning is abrogation. So therefore, they use the word abrogation. It's not me. If you want me to give you, I'll give you the link in private chat. You open it from Bible Hub, and you can read this. That's a definition for the word from Bible Hub, not from me. I'll post you the link in a private chat.
I have Bible Hub on the screen right now.
Yeah, I know. So you will not find it hard here. If you click on this link, you go directly to the source where you'll find the word in Greek and the definition of the word that it's abrogation.
I have it on.
I'm still trying to figure out the point that Aladdin is trying to make.
What?
No, what I was trying to say, he was talking about abrogation when I said, are you trying to tell me that when he fulfilled, that's mean he abrogated? He told me, no, there is no abrogation. I know that you as a Muslim use this term. So I told him, no. As far as
has a
the
specific
Bible use
meaning in
abrogation.
Islam, doesn't it?
Come again?
Abrogation has a specific meaning in Islam. It's done in certain parts of the Quran.
Yeah. Well, we have abrogation. I never deny that. And we have verse in the Quran said that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala abrogate whatever he want to abrogate. Yeah. And it has
right. But that's what I was just saying, that we don't have that same understanding. And I have Bible Hub on the screen, like you referenced, for the verse, and it says putting aside for the Greek word. It's like literally on the screen. Like I'm not making this stuff up.
Aladdin, I have a question for you. If there's a question about how something's looked at in the Quran, at what point do you defer to the people of the book, aka Jews and Christians?
What do you mean? I refer to you as the people of the Christian and Jew.
Doesn't it say in the Quran on certain matters you defer to the people of the book?
You come? What?
In the Quran.
Tell us to go to refer to the people of the book?
Yes. Defer. DEFER.
With all due respect to you, we as a Muslim, Allah says in the Holy Quran 4 times, قُلْ هَاتُوا بُرْهَانَكُمْ إِن كُنتُمْ صَادِقِينَ. If you have any claim or any question about Islam, present us the evidence. So can you please present me the evidence from the Holy Quran? Then me and you will read it together and we'll look into it. So you will understand it from an Islamic perspective, not a Christian perspective.
Well, I'm asking, no, but that's what I'm asking you. When in the Quran does it say to defer to the people of the book?
What do you mean by I cannot catch you. What do you mean by defer or refer? What do you mean by that?
So if there's a question about a matter that has to do with interpretation of like the Old Testament or the New Testament,
I need to go and ask the Christian and the Jew. That's what you are telling me.
No, that's what I'm asking you. Is there?
No, it's not true. So that's what I'm telling you. Can you present me an Islamic evidence? Can you show me that?
No. Okay, calm down. I'm asking you: is there an instance in the Quran when you're approaching the Old Testament or the New Testament that you have to defer to the people who live by those books?
Yeah, I don't think it says that that it's like you are deferred to them, but I think it says like that what's been revealed to the prophet is also like a lot of it's been revealed to Jews, Christians, and Sabians, right? So different, a bunch of different groups, right?
Okay.
By the way, just if you don't mind me, please to
So that has to deal with prophecy then.
Father, what's the name? I forgot.
Reader John.
No, the first.
Father Boniface or Father Joseph?
I hope that you can click on the link that I gave you in a private chat. We are not done with it. It is the definition from Bible Hub for the word in Greek, and it says in the definition that it's abrogation. That's why you did not click on the link that I gave you. This is the link that give you a definition for the original Greek word. And what is the original of the word in Greek? So it is.
What
Right,
is
but I have the like literally.
Can you show the link that I gave you, please?
I need to find the verse because I'm on the phone. I can't see the small print. What verses are we talking about?
It's in a private chat. It's in a private chat. Just click and share the screen. So
I can't do that.
I can.
What's the word?
Look, it's right here, and it says lexical summary, athesis, setting aside, annulment, rejection. It can be any of those meanings. Ironically, it
Akathesis.
does not say abrogation. But it does, so the point is I'm not trying to hide anything here. I'm trying to be as open as possible about stuff.
So we're saying the Greek means one thing and he's saying the Greek means something else.
Remember chat, Father bless. May God bless you. Father Joseph, Father Boniface bless. And then
The Lord bless.
I'll offer his own blessing. So anyway, but yeah, so I'm not trying to hide. Now on the question that they were asking, that you were asking earlier, Aladdin, about the whole question of the people of the book. What I think he's referring to is Surah Al-Ma'idah 547. Like if I look here, like this is actually a list of Quranic verses talking about the Injil and Gospel, and that's really what it comes down to, is talking about that the people of the Christians and the Jews have the Injil and the Torah to use to judge by, like in Surah Al-Ma'idah 547 says, "Let the people of the Injil judge by what Allah has revealed therein, and whoever does not judge by what Allah has revealed, then such people are rebellious." The whole point is he's referring them to their own books.
Right.
So,
so when we're talking about our own books, and this kind of correlates to what you're talking about with abrogation versus what we're saying with set aside or nullification. Yeah. Wouldn't you defer to us when we're talking about our own books?
No, because it actually says in other parts of the Quran, right, that certain things that Christians and Jews like say about their own books is false. Right, so like,
but that's according to Muhammad, right?
No, that's according to the Quran, right? So the thing is that, in terms of, what it's saying about the people of the book, it's saying that Allah will judge between them, right? So it's kind of saying like whoever believes in God and believes in the last day, right, and does good, right, that there's no fear for those people, right, as long as they live by what Allah revealed to them, right? So anybody who, believes that there's like one God, right? That, that there's going to be a judgment, on like all mankind, right? Based on like whether you do good things or not, right? Like basically, it's just saying that all the books that say these things that Allah revealed, that that people are going to be judged by them. Right, so that's so yeah.
But didn't the Quran come out in the 7th century at the earliest?
600s, yeah.
No, that would be the 7th century, yeah. Right. So before that, Christianity was already around. So wouldn't we?
Can I answer the question, please? Because you throw
go ahead. Go ahead.
And you've been talking together. I did not interrupt you. I muted myself.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. I hope you give me at least a couple of minutes. You quote from the Holy Quran, chapter 5, verse 47, and you said that this verse is telling us to go and ask you in case that we know something. The verse in Surah Al-Ma'idah chapter 5 verse 47, Allah says in the Arabic language, وَلْيَحْكُمْ أَهْلَ الْإِنْجِيلِ بِمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ فِيهِ ومن لم يحكم بما أنزل الله فأولئك هم الفاسقون, which means let the followers of the gospel judge by what Allah has revealed therein, and those who do not judge by what Allah has revealed are the transgressors. Now, this verse actually, you see, you misunderstood the verse. This verse actually is a condemnation verse, not a confirmation verse. Allah here told the followers of the Injil to judge by what Allah has revealed therein. Why? Because they were judging according to the corrupted gospel, not the Injil that Allah has revealed to Jesus. The first word in the verse actually in Arabic language is وَلْيَحْكُمْ. Grammatically, according to the Arabic grammars, we call this as command verb, فعل أمر.
Okay.
Allah was, can I finish, please? Allah is commanding the followers of the Injil to judge by what Allah has revealed therein to Jesus, because they were judging according to the corrupted gospel, not according to the Injil that Allah has revealed to Jesus. This verse.
Can you provide any evidence that the authors?
Can you finish, please?
Well, yeah, and I got to stop you here because you got to provide evidence. That
well, I was going to let him finish. I was going to let him finish, and then I was going to.
I don't know. With all due respect to you, when I ask you about the Bible, I listen to you. I never cut you off. I never. Now, when I try to answer your question, you say, "No, I have to stop you here." So, what is the use of asking me a question and you will not allow me to answer you? I think if I'm not allowed to speak here, just tell me so I won't speak.
Obviously, you're allowed to speak here. I'm just making a point that you're making a claim that I'm disputing. That's fine. Just go ahead.
I'm trying to explain to you something that you misquote about my Quran.
All right, go ahead.
Trying to tell you actually. So that's what I'm giving you. So what I was trying to tell you, that this is actually a condemnation. It's not a confirmation. Allah was not telling me to ask you. And with all due respect to you, they lied to you when they told you this, because that's not found in any of the Islamic commentary. What I told you is what's written in the Islamic books, in our tafsir, in our commentary. So therefore, please, next time you bring me a claim, make sure that you read the Islamic sources, not the anti-Islamic sources that twist the verse to suit their needs.
To be fair, go ahead.
Hold on. Can I respond? Can you provide me direct evidence in the Quran that the scriptures of the Christians were corrupted?
Actually, this verse, one of the verses that you just quote, is an evidence, because it says, if you were able to understand what I just said, I told you it's a condemnation, not affirming, because they were using the corrupted. So therefore, Allah was commanding them, start by saying, وَلْيَحْكُمْ. It's command verb for them to judge according to the true Injil that been revealed to Isa.
Show me the verse in the Quran that says it was corrupted.
Come again?
Show me the verse in the Quran that says that the Injil was corrupted.
He just read it.
I write what? I just mentioned one of them.
He just. That's what he was reading, Father.
Which one?
Yeah, but John, I think what Father Sweden is asking is that does the Quran demonstrate the corruption, right?
By the way, I will give you from the Quran.
Oh yeah, okay, I got you. All right.
I will give you.
We need an example.
I'll answer you. You see, we as Muslims, we go by Quran and Sunnah. Quran is the word of Allah. Sunnah is the traditional saying of Prophet Muhammad. You will read in the Sunnah, in all authentic hadith, many hadith, that Prophet Muhammad said explicitly and clearly that the Injil was corrupted and the Torah was corrupted. And if you want me to give you those hadith, I will give them to you. There are more than 100.
I'm sure, Aladdin, there are Sahih hadith that say exactly what you're saying, but I'm asking for it from the Quran.
May I ask a question of Aladdin? So, Aladdin, if
can I answer his question? Okay, go on. You can ask. You jump to another question before answering the first question. Right?
Do what?
Because he asked me a question, right?
Are you talking to me or Father?
No, actually, you want to ask me a question while he asked me a question. I did not answer him yet.
Go ahead, Father, and then I'll ask him a question.
No, I'm asking if you want to ask me the question before.
I think you've answered the question, Aladdin, because you.
Okay, I will answer.
Okay.
I'll give you dozens of verses from the Holy Quran, not one, dozens. Now I gave you
hadith from the Quran.
No, excuse me. With all the respect to you, why don't you want? I will give you from the Quran, but why you don't want from the hadith?
because of the fact that the hadith is a commentary on the Quran. And
No,
even
no,
if
no,
it's
no, 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 no.
the
Hadith is
speech of
not a
Allah.
commentary. Hadith is the words that comes out of the mouth of Prophet Muhammad. That's why we call it as an authentic hadith. And Allah says in the Holy Quran, وَمَا يَنطِقُ عَنِ الْهَوَىٰ إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا وَحْيٌ يُوحَىٰ. Prophet Muhammad does not speak by his own, but whatever he hears, he can speak. Allah says to follow whatever he says. So the hadith that I'm quoting you, those are hadith being mentioned by Prophet Muhammad. It's 100% authentic hadith. All Muslim accepted as authentic hadith.
Well, not
Explicitly.
Shia, but that's beside the point. I was
What
going to say
Shia?
that.
No. If you go to Shia and Sunni agree on those hadith. You find them in Shia books and in Sunnah books. By the
Well,
way.
the point I'm
Well-
trying to make is, if we're talking about the Quran as the uncreated speech of Allah, it should
Now,
come
I
from the
will
Quran,
quote
not
you
the
from the
hadith.
Now I will quote you from the Quran. Okay? But I gave you first from the hadith. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, for example, in Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 79. فويل للذين يكتبون الكتاب بأيديهم ثم يقولون هذا من عند الله ليشتروا به ثمنا قليلا فويل لهم مما كتبت أيديهم
Okay.
وويل لهم مما يكسبون, which means, so woe to their learned people who write the law with their own hands, and they say to the people, this is from Allah, so that they might gain some paltry worldly end. They do not see that this writing of their hands will bring woe to them, and
Right.
what they get
But-
up to the verse.
TML, you were going to say something?
Oh no,
No.
I'm
Okay.
just agreeing that verse. Yeah, it says. I mean, as I was pointing out before, that the physical scriptures have been corrupted, but it doesn't say like which specific verses, but it does mention certain ideas that were.
We have to take a lot on faith because
Actually, I'm not reading the context. I read you one verse, takes out of context. I will show you the context, that the context is talking before about the Torah. And when he said that they wrote the laws in their hand, he refers to some Jewish rabbi that they changed the law and they wrote it down by their hands, which you call the Old Testament. If you read the verse, the context of the verse, starting from verse 67, talk about the Jews and the story of the cow. God said in verse 75 that they hear the word of Allah, and then partly of them, Jewish rabbis and scholars, distort it after they have understood it. Then Allah said in verse 79 that they write the laws, Jewish rabbi, with their own hands, and then say to the people, this is from God. So
You said that's in Al-Baqarah?
Yeah.
may I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Reader John.
So the Quran and even the Hadith are making a very strong claim that we would have to accept, which is that the Old Testament and the New Testament are corrupted. Correct?
yeah,
So-
that's what the Quran is saying, and the Hadith, Sunnah is telling me as a Muslim.
Okay.
Okay,
But
now
if we're
what
not-
evidence do you have that it actually was corrupted?
But if we're not Muslims, and we've already accepted the Old Testament and the New Testament as the inspired Word of God, then the burden lies upon you to assert your claim, right? That the Quran and Muhammad, as you would consider him a prophet of Allah, right?
Okay.
So if you were to affirm your position, then you'd have to establish something against our position, which we would say it wasn't corrupted. The only thing that would be corrupted from your perspective is the interpretation, correct?
No, I didn't say that. What I quote you does not say it.
No, I'm asking you a question. I'm not telling you anything. I'm asking.
Okay. No, it's not the interpretation. The verse I quote you says that they change the laws. They write new laws in their books. They change it. Not the meaning, the literal words. That's what the verse said.
Well,
That would be-
but they haven't proven anything. They haven't given an example.
You want me? By the way, I don't know why you are surprised. Actually, with all due respect to you, Jewish before Muslims are accusing you of corrupting the Hebrew Jewish Tanakh by add, delete, and change to impose Jesus and Trinity on the Jew. And I can
Well, yeah, but-
give you
well, we
dozens.
have-
I can give you dozens of verses the
Well,
Jewish Christian corrupted to impose Jesus.
Right,
But history bears that out. We can actually pull text or fragments of text out of history, right? From archaeological digs.
Like, like the claims they were making were false.
Yeah, because we have texts from a couple thousand years ago, even the Old Testament, that are still very similar, if not same, to what we have today, right? And then there's a whole other issue of translation, which is taking from one language to another language, and that's where the problems come in. Like even with your Quran, you would say if you tried to translate it in English, it would not convey the same value as it would in Arabic, correct?
You see, I don't want to interrupt you or cut you off or speak over you. When you talk about translation, with all due respect to you, you have to know what is the difference between or the definition of translation and version. When
Translate means you take from one language to another, correct?
Can I continue, please? So I checked this by myself many years back. I looked into Oxford Dictionary, Webster Dictionary, and many others dictionary. Translation is when you translate a book from a language to another. For example, let's get the Bible. If you translate the Bible from a language to another language without no add, no delete, no change, you get your 100% translation. If you add, delete, or change in the translation, you get yourself a new version. So therefore, as a Christian, you have what you call the Catholic version. You add the word version because it has 73 books. When you go to the Protestant, they call it Protestant version because they have 72 or 66 books. If you go to the Orthodox, I think you are an Orthodox, is it 81 or 82 books? So therefore, you call it as the Orthodox version of the Bible, not translation, because they are not similar to one another when you translate them from the original. So then it's version, it's not a translation. So this is
it's a little more complicated than that. There's formal equivalency and dynamic equivalence, because you have to find an equivalent to the word from, let's say, Hebrew to English or from Greek to English. And in your case, for the Quran, you have to find an equivalent from Arabic to English. And from what I hear from most Muslims is that there's no good equivalence for some things that are written in Arabic that come to English. Like a lot of the idioms that are in the Quran don't properly translate. And some people would say that about the Tanakh or the New Testament.
But the Christian church has always stood up for the truth of the Bible when it's the rabbis who are accusing of mistranslations, and we have shown them to be liars every time. And the same with Islam. We've shown that God's truth remains, and therefore all the rest are liars. You can show us you can give us all the verses you want, and we will stand and correct you, because we will show you that God's truth has remained faithful through all the ages. We've been through these arguments before, all of our scholars have, and we still stand firm and know that Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and that all other that came before me were thieves and liars. Let God be found true, though every man a liar. So we're upholding God's truth, and God is saying that all mankind are liars. So that's what we're looking at. You got to turn from that and look at the truth of Christianity. And you can say, well, what your Quran says, and you know what we say about your Quran? That your Quran's a lie. We don't buy it. Jesus rose from the dead.
Excuse me, will you please relax? I mean, if I offended you, I do apologize. Seems to be that you're angry or something.
He's not angry.
I'm relaxed. I'm fine. So don't throw that aspersion at me, please. I'm just giving you historical truth.
He just speaks very strongly.
Reader John, let me answer you again. Please pay attention to what I'm saying.
I pay very close attention.
No, I gave you the difference between definition of translation and version according to your language, your mother tongue. It's not my language. English is my third language.
Okay.
So I use English dictionary. Now, each and every translation use the words that suit his understanding for the original, either in Greek, Hebrew, or Arabic. Then he uses the translation. Now, what I said, if he add, delete, or change, you know what's the meaning of add, delete, or change? So this is already a different version. That's why I put you an example, Catholic, Protestant, and Orthodox version. They say version because they had different numbers of books. You understand? So therefore, it's version, it's not a translation. If they have the same number of books, same number of verses,
Mm-hmm.
no add, no delete, no change in them, in that case, they will be 100% translation.
Mm-hmm.
Understand?
That's not true. That's
It's
not
So are
true.
you? Let me
change.
let me clarify. Are you saying that they changed the original language, or it's being changed when it's translated to English?
No. What I'm trying to tell you, you see, you are not catching what I'm saying. I'm sorry.
No, I'm
because
getting clarification because you said English is your third language. So it's
I
my
said
first.
they add, delete, and change. They add in the translation. They delete
So the
it.
translation, that's what I was clarifying.
They
Okay,
change.
okay,
They
okay.
change in
I understand. I understand now. Thank
Hold
you.
on. Aladdin, if I may for a moment, we have to make a distinction between translation and canon, because the reason that you have different numbers of books isn't because of translation, it's because of the canon. The Greek canon, the LXX, the Septuagint, has a specific number and an exact number of books, as does the Latin Vulgate.
Mhm.
So the books themselves are substantially the same, but
Mhm.
not all of the books were accepted in different canons. That's
Yeah.
why the Slavonic canon is more similar to the unedited Roman canon.
Mhm.
And after the Catholics broke away from the Orthodox, they took a couple of other books out of
Well,
what we know now as the Slavonic canon, which roughly, but not exactly, corresponds to the Greek.
mhm.
These are differences of canon, not differences of translation.
And what?
The translation process is always generally the same. If you're
And to
talking
follow.
manuscript variants, that's one thing.
Mhm.
But if we're talking about canon, that's another. That's the real reason for the
Well,
discrepancy in the book.
And that's why I was a little confused because you said that when you were saying we're Orthodox, we have 81. The only one I know that have 81 that consider themselves to be Orthodox are Ethiopian. And even that varies from 81 to like 88 books in their scriptures. And theirs are usually derived from the Ge'ez language. So,
But if you look at the difference between, let's say, the King James Version or the Douay Rheims Version or the Greek, or even you can add in the Septuagint if you want to deal with an Old Testament verse, the translations are very similar. There is no adding, subtracting, putting in words, or taking out. So you can go with any verse and its translation, and you will find them to be very similar, not in conflict in their ideas much at all. Okay? So you're mistaken when you're trying to say that we're all confused. No, we're not. Our translations are very consistent. Even Protestant, Catholic, and Orthodox translations are very similar.
yeah.
I know. I've been in all three camps, but all you have to do is look at the King James or the Douay Rheims are very similar.
And
So
even
you're wrong about that.
And even the texts that they're deriving the translations from are very similar. So to say there's a corruption or an interpolation, you're going to have to prove that.
I think part of that comes from the difference, I think, in the religious mentality, because correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, there's bias in translation too, and that even goes for the Quran.
If I remember correctly, the only Quran that's accepted is the Arabic, and every translation is considered imperfect, which is why it's important to learn Arabic. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. But we don't hold to that view, so we don't believe that God's word is conscripted in a single language.
Actually, with all due respect to you, you actually understood what I'm saying. I'm not talking about numbers of books. I used to have a file. I'm looking for it because I've read this many years back. I'm talking, for example, about number of verses. You'll find that some verses are deleted from the Orthodox version of the Bible, which you can find in the Catholic and Protestant. And you can find some verses written in the Catholic version of the Bible that's not found, deleted from the Orthodox and Protestant. So that's what I'm talking about when we say deleted. It's not only the number of the books.
They're different.
That's
a simple explanation, though. They're using different source text.
But you got to give me examples. Show me which verses that you're talking about.
That's why I'm trying to, honestly, I'm telling you, I have the file here. I cannot memorize them. I'm trying to look it up now.
That's fine. Give them time.
many years back. Actually, if you go by yourself now, just write in Google. For example, go to Google, verses deleted from the NIV, verses deleted from the
Oh.
NKG. You'll find all those things. Now, when you say verses deleted, that's mean those verses were deleted from this version, but you can find other version. So therefore, they call it the New King James Version, and they call it King James Version, or the New RSV, or the RSV, because they are different from one another.
Different translations.
What are the differences? And where do they come from?
It's a different translation.
What are the verses and where do they come from? Okay, I will admit that there's what's called the dispute between the majority text and the minority text. And so the majority text, which is what the King James Version is translated out of, and this, let's say the minority text, which would be the, let's say, the New American Standard, they do take out some verses, but it's obvious. So the issue becomes which Greek texts are more reliable. So you have to go to the Greek and you have to go to the original texts and you have to say which ones are more reliable. And the verses that we're referring to that have been taken out would be the Gospel of Mark in chapter 16, the last few verses. We've got a couple other verses here and there where some phrases are taken out. So largely the body of the scriptures remains intact, but there are some times where the dispute between the majority and minority texts mean that they take out some. But we understand those issues. And I'm a majority text person, and I reject the minority texts, what we call lower criticism, the deletion of certain texts according to the manuscripts that they use. We reject that. And conservative scholars reject those things. But for you to come into our camp and think that you can decide for us what's right or what's wrong is out of order. You don't have the Christian faith. You don't understand the Christian faith. But we understand these issues. These are textual battles that have been going on for centuries. The Jews rearranged the Old Testament texts, took out some verses, rearranged them, but we see that. It's obvious that they did that, and we correct them. And so, therefore, you can go and look at what you're gonna find is nothing that I haven't seen myself. And so, you can look at some particular instances, but the body of the scriptures in all these Bibles are still saying that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, and that no man comes to the Father but through him. I am the resurrection and the life, Jesus said. All right? So he's saying he is God, he's the Son of God, there is no salvation outside of him, and that all other religions have rebelled against God, gone their own way, and therefore need to return to true faith in Christ, who performed his miracles, was a testimony of God's life on the earth, prophesied that he would die for man's sins, you see, and he paid the price for man's sins and rebellion, and he reconciles men back to God through faith in himself. And he proved that he was right because he rose from the dead and was received by his Father into heaven, who received his sacrifice for sin, that Christ was in the flesh, and he died in the flesh, he rose from the dead, and he's alive forevermore. And so therefore all other religions of the world are just man's ideas, and we call them to return to God.
Well, can I speak now, please? You see,
Yeah.
I mute myself. Thank you very much. You asked me a question, and that's your right, and I will show you what I was referring to. You see, when I told you, I'm glad that you admitted and you acknowledged that you know that there are some verses were deleted. That's very good. So that's what I was referring to. Now, when you delete some verses from other version, so therefore they call it as version. Now the question, who gave them the right to delete, add, and delete in the version? So therefore they don't call it as a translation, they call it as version. I'll give you an example. For example, if you get the New Revised Standard Version, an RSV, you find in the NRSV, those verses are deleted. John chapter 7, verse 53, it's totally deleted. John chapter 8, verse 11, it's deleted. Matthew chapter 3, verse 14, it's deleted. John chapter 6, verse 4, it's deleted. Luke chapter 23, verse 17 is deleted. And there are so many verses which was deleted in the New Revised Standard Version. If you go to the RSV Revised Standard Version, it is there. But in the New Revised Standard Version, it is not there. I can give you also as well, which you quote a while ago. I'm glad that you quote it. I'm sure that you know.
Do you know why it's deleted from the NRSV though?
Can I finish, please?
Well, I need to interject. Do you know the why?
I'm getting blocked out. I can't hear you.
Do you know why there's a difference between the RSV and the NRSV?
Hello?
Maybe he cannot hear us. He's saying hello. Can you?
Father,
I hear you now.
Okay.
No,
So-
I was just saying, does he know the difference why there's stuff missing in the NRSV versus the
breaking up.
RSV?
This is not the point I'm referring to.
Actually, there's a very big point right there. The reason why there's verses missing because it's a liberal Protestant version.
That's what I'm coming to.
it.
I'm coming to that. I'm
Yeah,
coming
okay.
to this.
All right, that's fair. Okay, fine.
You see, I was about to come to that. That's why I was talking about. You should know what's the difference between the three versions of the Torah: Hebrew, Greek, and Samaritan. If you come, for example, to the Hebrew version, which is the Masoretic text, it is accepted by the Jewish and the majority of Christian Protestant scholars, and it's taken from the Masoretic and what was translated from it. If you come to the Greek version, it is accepted by Catholic and Orthodox Christian, and it is called the Septuagint and what was translated from it. If you come to the last one, which is the Samaritan version, it is accepted only by the Samaritans Jews.
Yeah.
And if you compare them with one another, there are so many differences in between of those three versions.
Why? But where did the Masoretic text come from? Do you
I'm
know?
missing some of you. Hold on. You're getting blocked out.
Who translated the Masoretic text?
You tell me. You tell me.
The Karaites.
I'm sorry, I'm missing some of it, but I wanted to make this one point. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. I just don't think you can hear us.
You brought up a very good point where you said, with all these versions, what is the standard by which we can judge which one's good and which one's bad? Right? You said that, and I thought that was an excellent point, because you've got all this controversy over what's the right text, how can we know the true body of the text, and so that has been debated by scholars for centuries, okay? And so you admitted, you said that, okay, Masoretic text, the Jews like it, the Protestants like it. Yeah, I know. The Orthodox do not like it because the Jews in the 2nd century AD, after Christ, when they were translating the Old Testament, they were prejudiced. They didn't like the idea that Jesus rose from the dead. They corrupted the scriptures on purpose. So therefore, we reject the Masoretic text. Look, I have the Masoretic text. I had 2 years of Hebrew in seminary, all right? So I studied my Hebrew with the Masoretic text. But I also realized that in Isaiah 7:14, in the Masoretic text, the Jews translate Alma as young woman, where the Septuagint will say virgin. So you see, they don't want a virgin birth, so they put young woman in instead. We see their intent. We see their prejudice. We see their hatred of God and Christ. They don't want him. They don't want his truth on the earth. So these are the things how we discern error from truth. Now that's one example, but there are many. I said, when they take out certain verses of the New Testament, you can see they've got an attitude.
There's a bias.
I'm just putting it simply. They got an attitude. They don't like Christ. They don't like the Trinity. 1 John 5:7. They take out the second part of the verse. Why? Because they're prejudiced. They don't like it. Or they think they know better. They're rationalists, and they're trying to recreate God into their own image because history says we're progressing, and we're changing things around. No, it doesn't work that way. The Orthodox Church says the truth from the beginning, we hold to that truth, we maintain that truth. We don't corrupt it, just like the Nicene Creed. We hold to the original, don't corrupt it. Many did. But you see, what I'm saying here is that We have a standard that we have maintained. And that's the difference between Orthodoxy and the Roman Catholic Church and the Protestant Church and the Coptic Church, okay? That's the difference. So you have to look at our arguments and see that they are consistent. See, that's what I'm saying. And when you, so keep on, I like the fact that you're studying, you know a lot of these issues, that's good. But you can also see that the Orthodox Church is being consistent in its interpretation of the scriptures. And if you want to look at particular verses, you can always see how they translated them, especially if you know Hebrew, if you know Greek, you can check it out. You know, you can look at interlinear texts and see, you know, whatever. But we have been consistent. I walk through the Protestant Church. I walk through the Roman Catholic Church. I know these issues. And Orthodoxy is true. And so I would just say to you, keep on studying, keep on asking questions. But when you come to the truth, you have to hold on to it. You don't let it go. And you will be assailed. You will have people come against you and fight you. Didn't they do that to Jesus? They sure did. They accused him. And then they eventually lied against him. They tried to kill him, and then he finally did. But when he did die, he rose from the dead. He destroyed all his enemies, you see? That's what we're talking about.
Father Boniface, if I'm not mistaken.
Boniface.
Because it's very small on my eyesight. I'm not as young as you imagine. I am over 60. And my eyesight is not that good. I've been studying for more than 30 years, to be honest with you. And I'm still studying, okay? Comparative religions. And you quote Isaiah 7:14, which I am aware of, which says in Hebrew, Lichem yitem hashim hu lichem os hini hu alma. Or will this be Vikoros Shimo Emmanuel? That's in Hebrew. I'm aware of that. And I know what's the differences in between you and them. And I know why they translated the word alma to young woman. And there are more than dozens of versions of the Bible. If you go to BibleHub.com or if you go to Bible Gateway, they translate it actually to the young woman. Like, for example, BBA, CEB, CEBA, CGB, GNT, GNT, so many versions. They translated actually to the young woman, not to virgin, who exactly follow what's written in the Hebrew Jewish Tanakh, follow the Hebrew Jewish language.
Masoretic, which is Masoretic.
Can I finish? You can read the word Alma and the word Bithullah in the Hebrew. The word Bithullah was mentioned so many times, like in Isaiah chapter 23, verse 4, Isaiah 23, verse 12, Isaiah 37, verse 22, Isaiah 47, verse 1, etc. And was translated as virgin. And the word Alma also was mentioned so many times in the Hebrew Jewish Bible. And it was translated to the young woman in your Bible, the translation. But in this verse only, Isaiah 7:14, Christian has some textual differences and they disagree on the meaning. Therefore, some of them translated as virgin, other translated as a young.
Because the Greek says Parthene.
And as a young woman. So,
which is virgin.
So no, I'm quoting to you what Christian says. I'm quoting Christian sources. I'm not quoting what I'm saying.
Well, you're being very selective because you're quoting
have
Protestant
liars in
sources.
Christianity too. That's the point I'm making. You know, they're lying. Yeah. They're not honest with the scriptures. Okay, and the Old Testament. I'll make one more little point here. We use the Septuagint as just as authoritative as the Hebrew scriptures, but more so than the Masoretic. We reject the Masoretic. But we use the Septuagint because it was translated by Hebrew scholars before Christ, right? 200 BC, you know, in that time frame. So therefore, we refer to the Septuagint as authoritative. And my point. Hello? I can't hear anybody.
Nobody's talking.
I don't know what happened to him. Yeah.
Well, the problem is in the Greek, which is what the Catholic and the Orthodox.
I was frozen for a while. I do apologize. Yeah. Go on.
Go ahead. They tend to accept the Greek, which is Parthene, which is virgin, versus the Masoretic text, which is mostly what the Protestants accept. Would say young woman. That is correct, but the Masoretic text comes after the Septuagint. So we're going to run into a problem in history because one preceded the other.
Gentleman, he spoke. I think he left. He was talking about the Septuagint, which I'm aware of, by the way. I'm not a man of knowledge, but I studied somehow about the Septuagint, and I'll tell you what I learned about the Septuagint. Septuagint translation began in the 3rd century BC and spanned for centuries, ending in the early 2nd century AD, with the accession of Book of Proverbs and spanning many centuries until it included the translation of the entire book. Actually, I made research about that. There are major differences in between the Hebrew Tanakh and the Septuagint, such as a difference in the text and differences in the numbers of books. The Septuagint includes 7 books in addition to the Hebrew Tanakh, and it is completed by the book of Esther and the book of Daniel. Now, what did the Jews say about the Septuagint? At the beginning of the 1st century AD, at the beginning of Christianity, the Jews
They rejected it.
was sacred books like the philosopher, I forgot his name, Philonia, and Jewish historian
Philo.
Josephus, who lived in the 1st century AD of Christianity. But after that, the Jew accused the Christian of distorting the Tanakh. And the Jew and Christians began to say, our text and your text, ours is correct, yours is correct. Jew said our text in the Tanakh, and Christians said our text in the Septuagint translation. We find in the Talmud, for example, the Jewish explicitly accused the Christian of distorting the Tanakh. And Rabbi Ismail, who lived in the 2nd century AD, he said in Al-Mukhlita that the Tanakh translators distorted the Tanakh in the Septuagint. Mekhlita is an Aramaic word meaning up to the end. Anyway, there are more than one version of the Septuagint, and they are different.
That's true. Yeah.
And they are different from one another.
Yeah.
And they sometimes contradict each others. There are 4 different versions of the Septuagint. Now, why you have many versions? Because you do not have any manuscript for the Septuagint. Now you have 4 different versions, and they are different from one another, and they contradict each other. Which one do you follow among those 4? You want me
We
to
usually
name them?
We usually follow the patriarchal text.
So you are telling me the other 3 are corrupted?
No, I mean they do have value to them, but if you're going verse by verse, yeah, sure, there might be an issue, but it doesn't corrupt the whole message. So what the Quran is saying is that it corrupts the whole thing, which it doesn't. The verses being taken out or added during some point in history, that's called an interpolation.
First, let me correct
And we're
you.
very well aware of the interpolations.
Quran never said the entire book is corrupted. No, Quran never said that. Quran said, but yes, Quran said what they write in their hands, and I quote you the verse, that's what they corrupted. Quran never said that the entire Injil or entire Torah is corrupted. Never, ever.
Okay.
Quran partly, and gave you an explanation to those part. One of the verses that I quote for you, which is they write the laws in their hands.
Okay.
So they changed it, but it never said all. Now, I'm very happy that you acknowledge and you admitted that there are corrupted versions of that. You said that you follow the Septuagint.
I didn't say corrupted. I said there's extant versions. There's differences between them.
No, you cannot accept all of them because they contradict each other's.
Do they?
So you say you accept one version. So therefore you deny the other 3 because if you accept them, they contradict the one that you accept.
What's an example of the contradiction that you're thinking of?
I will look it up now. If you want me to find you,
Go for it. Yeah, yes, please. I'd like to know that.
I spoke about this many years back, long time ago, and I have those folders actually in my somehow.
Well, you have 1 year on me. I've been studying this for 29 years. You only have 1 year ahead of me, so.
No, I studied this for more than 30 years. With all due respect.
Oh, well, I thought you said 30. Sorry.
Not only the Bible, with all due respect to you, I did not study only the Bible. I don't like to talk about myself.
Neither did I. I wasn't originally a Christian when I was studying. So.
No. It's not being an original Christian or not. Actually, in the past, when I was young, I was in your shoes. I don't want to say anything on that.
No, that's fine. I understand.
I was in your shoes, and I was like you are. And my wife was almost a formal Catholic nun
Hmm.
who accepted Islam. You see, my
Uh-huh.
my own wife. So I was in your position, and I used to go with her in the past to the Catholic Church, and I
Okay.
used to attend the mass, and I used to go and they eat the blood and drink drink the blood and eat the flesh and put something in your mouth. I know the confession rooms. I know the candles they light. I know the water they touch in their right hand. All those stuff. I've been through all those things. I
Yeah.
experienced them personally. So when I talk to you, I talk to you out of experience, out of
Yeah.
something that I lived in the past. So I know what I'm talking about, and I really studied.
Yeah, I understand, but even your experience is outside looking in, and I can relate to that because I was outside looking in for a number of years. So you still have to realize that though you were close to that and you experienced it outside looking in, there's a difference between being outside and being part of it. And that's what I learned through my academic studies. You can study these things academically, but being part of it's going to be different, correct?
I don't know what is Father Joseph's gun and Father Bonnie my face, or they disappeared. What did I make them leave or what?
I don't know.
Did
They might have disappeared. I don't know. Is the stream still going?
did I make them feel boring or what?
I don't think so.
So, because they asked me to join, so therefore I joined. And honestly, God knows I never received any email from him. Wallahi, I swear by Allah, I never received
Oh,
any.
I believe you, but also know that he sent it.
I would love to join you. I just join you right now. You see, because you asked me to come. I really was waiting for his email
Okay.
for 2 months, honestly.
Okay, that's fine.
And I was ready for him. If you want to ask me something about Islam, I said I will come. He will say we'll make a special day for Islam and we'll discuss with you about it. I said okay, I have no problem.
Okay.
And I have no problem.
Oh yeah, I know. I know you don't have a problem, but I mean, I'm just saying I witnessed him compose the email and send it, so I know it was sent. What happened in between you and him, I don't know what happened.
You see, I with you 4 a.m. So because he gave me a chance to join you, I did not sleep. It's almost 4 a.m. here, and I'm willing to stay up to 5 a.m. until I go to my early morning prayers, what we call Salat al-Fajr. Have no problem.
Okay.
So he asked me about verses in the Quran that says that your book is corrupted. I gave him only one verse. There are dozens of verses in the Quran. I quote the hadith. We as Muslims, we don't go by Quran alone. If you are Quran alone, we call him as a disbeliever. He's no more Muslim. If you deny the Sunnah or the hadith of Prophet Muhammad, you are not Muslim anymore. So we as a Muslim, we have to believe in the Quran and Sunnah. So we take our Islam from both Quran and Sunnah, which is the traditional saying and action of our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So when you ask me a question, I will show me from the Quran. I can show you from the Hadith, because me as a Muslim, I believe in Quran and Hadith. So
to be honest, I haven't studied them in a long time. I mean, I've read through them, and I have a very basic knowledge, but I couldn't do a deep dive with you, unfortunately.
No. If you want to ask me anything, actually, let me tell you. I'm sure that you are aware of what they call nowadays the Islamic dilemma. I'm sure that you heard about this joke. You see, all they have done, they quote text out of context, they quote verses, and they were reading those verses in a Christian context and perspective to suit their needs. And whenever you give them the Islamic source, they will tell you, no, we don't care about your sources. Let the Quran speak. Okay, I will speak to them according to the Quran. No, you don't give us tafsir. Or no. This is what the verse doesn't say in Arabic. I am an Arab and I'm reading it in Arabic.
What?
No. You see?
What do you think of all these Islamic YouTubers? Do you think they're portraying Islam in a correct way or no?
I don't know. YouTubers like this, I don't go much to. Actually, I spend most of my time in Christian channels and Jewish channels. Not Muslim. Yeah. And I would love to have a discussion with. If you go to my channel name, my name 15416. That's my channel. At 15/4/1965. If you go, you'll find my channel. 90%, 95% of my channel, all in a Christian channels. Having discussion with people like yourself, not with the Muslim channels. If I go to Muslim, I just keep quiet and I just listen to them. I never get involved.
I just wonder because, especially in very, very modern Islam, there seems to be some divergences between interpretation now.
What do we? There's nothing called as a modern Islam. Islam is Islam.
Well, I'm just talking like versus the Islam of antiquity, like the 7th century. I'm talking 21st century, where there seems to be a divergence of how to interpret the religion itself, and that's what I see on YouTube. So I was just wondering how you feel about that.
With all due respect to you, I don't take my Islam from YouTube.
Oh, I don't. That's why I'm curious.
I go to Quran and Sunnah, and I go to the people of knowledge, real scholars, who they are really known scholars among Muslims, not anybody. People who spend 30, 40, 50 years studying and they have PhD. So I learn something. But I never go to those YouTubes. I listen to them, but I never ask questions or no, I don't do that.
So you would say
Reader John was saying that there's a lot of diversity, though, in interpretations of the Quran. There are many versions of the Quran. And he was asking, how do you respond to that? Because we've talked to other people on this podcast who have said there are
they say stuff that's different than what you're saying.
By the way, reader never say many versions of the Holy Quran. If you said many versions of the Holy Quran, can you name me any one of those versions, please?
Well, that's not my point.
I'm not that familiar with it. That's why I'm asking you, because it seems like you're very sincere about Islam.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that there are those that have said on this podcast that there are many versions, and actually some of them contradict each other. In the Quran, they just totally contradict each other. And maybe 30 different versions. That's what I've heard. Okay, so what do you say about that?
You see, with all due respect to you, that's what I told you. When I learn Christianity and Judaism, I'm giving you sources from the Jewish and Christian. I go to their sources and I read from their sources. For example, if I want to learn about Christ, I will never go to Antichrist and tell him teach me about Christ. So what you have done, you want to those Islamophobia, and you heard them talking about
No. We're hearing from other Muslims that have come onto this channel, is what he's saying.
That's right. There are other Muslims, yeah.
Well, we're just correcting you because you're about to go down a rabbit hole that has nothing to do with what we were asking. What we're asking is, we've had other people that claim to be Muslim that say different things than what you have said. And it seems like you are more genuine about your Islam. So that's why we're asking, what would you say to people that claim there's different versions or different interpretations of Islam?
First of all, allow me to tell you something. There is nothing called a version.
That's their language. That's their language, not mine.
It's up to them. Now I'm quoting you Islamic sources.
Okay.
If, for example, they quote Hafs, they quote Warsh, they tell you Hafs version, Warsh version. Am I good? No. If you go to the cover, you cannot find anywhere in any Islamic sources or in any Islamic country said on the cover Hafs version or Warsh version.
Yeah.
It is Hafs narration, which means narrated according.
Yeah, narration. Yeah, that's the word I was looking at. Yeah.
Narrated according to Warsh. So it's not version. Okay. So the only version we have is one, which is the original Arabic language. That's what we call. Other than this, narrated according to. And there are 10 recitation of the Holy Quran, and each one of them has 2 students. So those 10, including their students, they are 30. But we have 10 recitations.
Okay.
10 recitations, which we believe as Muslim. And our beloved Prophet Muhammad said this in so many hadith that he received the Holy Quran with 7 modes and 10 recitations. And we believe that they are all divine words of Allah. And Prophet Muhammad was reading the Holy Quran during his time among the disbeliever in those 10 recitation. So if those recitation were different versions, during the time Prophet Muhammad, his best enemy Abu Lahab, Abu Jahl, Musaylam al-Kadhab, Al-Walid al-Mughira, their mother tongue was the language of the Holy Quran. That was their mother tongue.
So there's different recitations.
Yes. So if that was if there was something wrong with those recitations, they could have come to Prophet Muhammad and told him, you are a false prophet. You see, but they never use this against him because they know that it is not different from one another. And they know that Prophet Muhammad recited the Holy Quran in all those dialects.
So these recitations were passed down orally then?
Yes, we believe in orally. Prophet Muhammad.
So it's an oral tradition. Okay. Right.
So you know what comes to my mind is that, okay, so they're not versions, they're narrations, all right? And so you could have different narrations. They could slightly disagree with one another. However, they are still given the stamp of authority. No matter what they're saying, they're just given the stamp of authority that they are true and accepted by Islam.
Well,
Hello, can you hear me?
yeah.
Can I-
Now we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. What I'm saying here is, it sounds to me, Eladine, like you're describing versions just using different words. Like when we say the gospel according to Mark or the gospel according to Luke, we're referring to four different gospel books, but it's the one same gospel. We've heard people say, well, that indicates that it's not the real gospel. We've heard this as a Muslim argument. So now you're saying there's 10 different narrations under two different students, which produces 30 different types. But those are what we would call versions. Like, the point is, if they have different words and they have different modes of speech and they have actual differences in verses, then they're different versions.
Father Joseph, when I was talking, actually, we are not talking about this, but I will comment on this, then answer the other father. When I was talking about version, I mentioned different. It's on the cover. Different number of books, different number of verses, add and delete, change. I was not talking about the translation. I know anybody will translate Matthew or from the original.
I'm not talking about translations either. I'm talking about just in Arabic.
So what I'm telling you, we are talking about the book in total. We are not talking about gospels that inside the book. We just quote those four gospels, which is inside the Bible. I was talking about the Bible in general, from Genesis to the Revelation. So when you look into those numbers,
what does this have to do with the different versions of the Quran? What about the Uthmanic Codex?
Can I finish, please?
No. I want you to answer the question.
Father, wait, hold on, Father Aladdin. I have to go because I have daddy duty. So
No
it was
problem.
nice talk. It was nice talking.
Hopefully, as always. God
Thank
willing,
you,
see
Peter
tomorrow.
John.
Father Joseph,
God bless you.
Father Joseph, will you please? I just please. I'm not here to offend you. It seems to
You're
me
not
that
offending me.
you became a little bit
point out that
emotional, and you
I
want to
want
jump.
you to answer a question, and you're giving me this stuff about the
No,
gospel, and I'm
can I
trying to say we're
ask-
talking about different versions of the Quran. I want to. You certainly know about the Uthmanic Codex, how it was formed. So why are we pretending like there aren't different versions of the Quran? I'm not just going to let up.
Can I answer you, please? When you speak about version, number one, you have to have different numbers of chapters, different number of verses. You understand what I'm saying? Add and delete. If you put two Quran beside each other, the difference between them will be in a number. You will find one verse in this chapter in this book, but in the other Quran is deleted. You will find one chapter in this Quran, but in the other Quran is deleted. So therefore, you can call it version. But if you put them beside one another, they are identical to each others. But there
But
are
I'm saying they're not. I'm saying that they're not. You're saying it has to be cut and delete verses. What I'm saying is there are different words in the verses. That's two different versions, and it's multiple different versions.
So that's what we call, with all the respect to you, that's what you call, and what we call, it's variation. It's not version. Now, what I'm asking you, can you please, so with all due respect, I showed you Bible says version. Can you show me any Quran, which is aside from the Arabic, which says version on the cover from any Islamic sources? Give
Why
me
would
an.
it that's silly? Why would we expect that? Honestly, like why would we expect people with different versions of the Quran to go, oh, by the way, this is a different version? Like that's not going to happen.
Father Joseph, it's not silly. When
Yes,
I talk,
it's absolutely silly.
can I finish, please?
Sure.
Okay. When I speak to you about the Bible, I present you Christian sources. I talk to you according to Christianity, not according to my own presentation or according to my own perspective.
Right. You're
Okay.
claiming an authority to be a Christian.
Yes.
To
What
know
you? No, no, no,
Christianity
no.
better, which you shouldn't do. I'm not claiming to be an authority on the Quran. You should be smart about this.
No. I never claim to be an authority over the Bible. I'm giving you evidence for whatever I quote from the Bible. I show you the source. So you won't say that I'm playing a game or I'm misquoting your Bible. Now, what you are doing here, You have to deal with me the same way I deal with you. You show me the Islamic sources that support your claim. I show you Christian sources support my claim. Can you show me Islamic sources said Hafs version, Warsh version, any one of none? I'm telling you in advance. Don't go to whatever GBT chat or whatever. There is none.
I think
I
that
wasn't
when
gonna. I
we
wasn't gonna
talked
go to
about
chat GPT.
the, can you hear me? The volume seems to be a little low.
I hear you.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Every time someone changes, I lose my audio, so I have to go off and come back. So that's what I'm doing. It's technical. But
Yeah.
you see, when I brought up the other people, the other Muslims, saying that there were various other versions and different interpretations, and then I mentioned the observation that there apparently it works like this: we accept them all as bona fide. And so they can contradict each other, they can be different, but they're all good. And that's not the way it works. And you don't see call us or accuse us of not working our translations, but the shoe is on the same foot for you. And so you have to admit that. And I think you're running and ducking this issue.
By the way, I opened my cam to show you. You know what is this? This is the hard copy that I have in my hand, which has the 10 recitation of the Holy Quran. We said that they contradict each other. Give me an example. I have it here in my hand, and I know it by heart. I've been holding this in my hands for the past 30 years, and I've read it. So everything, what you call variation, is in this book in my hand. So you just said that they contradict each other. Show me where does they contradict each other, please. Give me an example. When you asked me, for example, a while ago, I gave you from the
You
Bible.
can have, do you have
So,
different interpretations or different information in the
no, no,
same verse?
I'm not talking about interpretation. You said that they have, I'm talking about Quran in Arabic, the original. I'm not talking about interpretation. Remember
Well,
that.
how about information? How about narration? Are there different narratives that are
That's why,
different from one another?
Okay,
do they, do they
let's take a
contradict each
look at
other? I'm sorry.
yeah, no problem. Let's take a look at chapter 3, verse 133. Do you have it, Aladdin?
No, no, please, you open it and post it on the screen. I will open it now. I have the book in my hand. What did you say?
Oh yeah,
Chapter,
I want to look at the Hafs and the Warsh because
yeah, what's that? Chapter 3, verse?
133.
Oh, just hold on, please. Let me open it now, right now, and show it on the screen, please, if you don't mind.
You want me to show the? Okay, give me a second.
Please show it on the screen. I want everybody to see it on the screen, please.
I'm trying to get it. If you give me a second, please. Because I am not as familiar with online Quran versions as you might be. Give me just a moment.
By the way, Father Joseph, I'm aware for the verse and I know it, but I wanted to show it in the screen. And I know the difference in the word wasari'u. I know that. I told you I have the hard copy in my hand. So I know what is it all about. But I wanted to show it on the screen and tell me what is the differences there, please.
Sure. Okay. Give me just a moment as I go through this. One second. Okay, let me take a look at this here because this is. I'm gonna look at that just real quick.
Father Joseph, with all the respect to you, I will tell you, they don't contradict each other, and the, both pronouns
I understand that it's
have
differences
the
like
same
just
meaning.
ands and so on and so forth, but I am not a native Arabic reader or any kind of Arabic reader, so I
Yeah,
am.
I understand. So therefore, I'm trying to correct you. The difference here is in the last letter, which is wow. One of them said wasari'u, the other one says wasari'u, and both of them has the same meaning. There are no difference in the meaning.
Well,
The
there's an and
the
basically.
same word, but in different pronunciation. Like when you say, for example, water or water. You understand? Water or water. The same word, different pronunciation. That's the same word in the verse that you quote. وَسَارِعُوا وَسَارِعُوا. That's the only difference.
There is a
Pronunciation.
difference, but that's my
The
point.
pronunciation. That's why, with all the
Well,
respect, trying to teach you from an Islamic sources, not from non-Islamic. And I showed you the book that I have in my hand. It is in my hand, and I'm reading from the book. I don't go to the internet. I don't go to Google.
Well, you could have one book, but there might be others that are out there that are saying, and I might say they might not contradict, they might add other
But
narrative, they might
by the way,
add
Father,
different information.
by way, Father, I have two different for two different scholars, and they match each other. I will open the cam for you, and I will show you. It's not one, it's two that I have, and I have more even. Those
Do you
are two.
have do you have other people that disagree with you that are Muslim?
Father, let me tell you something. There is no way in any recitation contradict the other. Nothing. Nothing. They will never contradict. They might disagree, but not. I mean, they have different meaning, but never contradict each other. Never ever. We call this variation. And variation in the Holy Quran, there are three types of variations, and this is one of the type of variation in the Holy Quran. Different in meaning, but they never contradict one another.
See, so that's just semantic to me, to my way of thinking. You're just using semantics. They
No,
disagree,
I'm,
but they're
I'm
not in
using.
contradiction. That doesn't make sense.
So can you show me? I'm asking you, show me. You asked me for an evidence a while ago and I presented you. Now, can you please show me two verses in the Holy Quran that has different meaning, the
Well,
same
I
verse?
won't I
Well,
won't be able to show you anything. I won't be able to show you anything if you say that they can disagree but not contradict.
This
I
is
can't
well,
get by that logic.
we have an intractable problem here, and what I mean by that is you are pointing out that all you're saying that all of the sources firmly agree, and that is the Islamic position. So that is a given that your sources say everything agrees. The problem is the well's already poisoned because if I show contrary information, even from these Qurans themselves, if it's presented from people you consider a hostile source to your position, then it's the equivalent, for example, of saying that would I accept information from Antichrist about Christ? The problem is that Antichrist will never be able to present an alternate truth. So whatever Antichrist presents can be refuted. My concern is, um, Okay, Eddie Clary asks, ask him what his Akida is. He's betting some sort of Salafism. I think he also says every classical Arabic word in the Quran has at least 5 different interpretations according to any scholar worth his salt. And yeah, I fixed the microphone problem. Um, so that this is a problem. In other words, for me to clearly demonstrate that, I would have to have knowledge of Arabic and access to multiple copies of the Quran. There are people who have done that, but I assume you would consider them probably like an antichrist. But the whole point is, if they are making the point and there's no answer, it has to still be addressed. Do you understand my issue here, Olivia?
Yes, Father Joseph, I understand. But let me tell you something, please. Those Arabs you're talking about, actually, if you go to my channel, the last video that I upload just 4 days ago, that was an answer for this question. I was actually in a Christian channel, and they brought up actually they had a presentation about those variations, and they said different versions of the Quran, as you said, and I answered this. If you go to, it's a very short video, I think 12 minutes, 11 minutes, you will find the complete detailed answer for this. Now, I will tell you which majority of Christians, let's say, I want to say most, I will not say all, and even majority of Muslims don't know about. If to know this, you have to go deep, deep inside studying Islam. Now, we have variations, and we have different type of variations. Now, we have 3 type of variations between modes of recitation in the Holy Quran. Those 3 variations are: number one, the what do you call this? Pronunciation is different, but the meaning is the same. That's number one. Number two, the pronunciations, wording, and meaning are different, even though it's permissible, possible for them to come together, being combined in one thing, because there is no contradiction between their combination in its, so they do not conflict in meaning. And I can give you examples from the Holy Quran. Number three, which is, that's the one you are talking about, the different in pronunciations and meaning, while it is not permissible or possible for them to come together in one thing, because it's impossible for them to come together being combined in it, and they will never contradict each others. Those are the 3 type of variation. So whatever you are going to quote from the Holy Quran will not go out of those 3 types. So they will never ever contradict each others. Therefore, I told you, show me an example. With all due respect to you, Father Joseph, even you go to GB chat or AI or whatever, search the entire internet, you will never find that, because it's not there.
Okay, well,
Because that's an absolute.
Yeah,
Accepting
I hate to
accepting irrationality has become an absolute.
yeah, I hate to burst your bubble. I know this comes from an infidel source, etc., but the whole point is it does list the different versions of the Quran, different types
By
of.
the way, I have this. I have the, by the, can you post it
Yeah,
up?
I know it says the 10 version Quran. It's advertised here, but like you can literally see that there are changes, differences in the Arabic in different parts, because these are Hafs and Warsh, the 2 most famous, versions. I know you don't like the word, but you'll notice things like you're at this point we give mercy or he gives mercy. They may be functionally the same, but they are very different words. You say, they say, we shall raise up, we shall revive. I mean, the text is in front of you, and I know that you have the multi-version Quran, so you would know that these things exist. So my point is to say that there's a single recitation is not altogether um, it's not altogether true. And so ironically, you have the 10 version Quran that he actually advertises at the back of this thing, because you said, because it has the 10 kirat, I believe it is. But in any case, you see that it's right here, I assume, and that's the point is, if there are different versions of the Quran, and I'm not trying to be weird, but I guess they moved the link though.
Oh, whoops! I think he maybe
I'm sorry, he
accidentally clicked the wrong button when he
Yeah.
signed off of that
You know,
window.
I wanted to tell him something. I'm aware. Yeah, he's fine.
Right here.
Yeah, sure,
Oh,
sure, sure. Go on. You are done, or you want me to speak?
No, please,
Father
go
Joseph,
ahead.
Father Joseph, can you post this link in a private chat, please?
What link?
The one that you were reading from. The one we say it's
Oh, okay, yeah, no problem. Yeah, I can post that link. Hold on. Here,
can you post it in the private chat,
yeah,
please?
I'll post it for everyone in the public chat. Hold on.
Because I want to tell you because I want to tell you something about it. By the way,
Okay.
are you going to post it in a private chat or in a okay?
I can
You
post it in the private chat too. Here you go.
okay. Now let me tell you something here. That's something that you do not know. When you know Arabic and you know real Islam, you will know that this link has many mistakes. I'll give you one of them. We have what we call as a Muslim القراءات المتواترة والقراءات الشاذة for the Holy Quran. القراءات المتواترة, I don't know, there is a sound of a water or something. Someone in the comfort room or something. Okay, let's go back. We have what we call القراءات المتواترة and القراءات الشاذة. القراءات المتواترة, it is the authentic in its chain of transmission and attribution to the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him, from the time of the Prophet until our time, through the oral transmission from the Sahaba, the companions of the Prophet, and followers of the companions until nowadays. Let me finish, please.
Yeah, that's a lie. That's just a lie.
That's a lie. Now we have number two.
What is the Usmanic Codex?
Okay, let me finish, please. I'm coming to it, please.
Not if you're going to start from a lie.
No. You don't. You see, I'm telling you something about Islam from Islamic sources, and you want to teach me my Islam? That's unjust.
I'm not trying to teach you your Islam, but you know who Usman is.
If you don't tell
and
me,
you know what happened. Like I know you're lying to me. Is my point, because you're saying that the Quran from the recitation from the time of the Prophet to now is unchanged, but we know that there were many false Qurans, and that's why Uthman created the Uthmanic Codex.
Can I finish?
Not if you no, I'll let you finish, but just, I'm not taking you seriously as long as you are stating things I know aren't true.
You see, so the issue here, when I speak about the Bible and you are teaching me and accept from you, you are telling me this is the source, and I'll take it if it's correct. But for you are trying to do now, you are trying to impose on me your misquoting of the Holy Quran from a non-Muslim link. Let me finish, please. From a non-Islamic link that you quote, and you told me it's a non-Islamic, and you want to impose it on me. Now I'm trying to show you how they lie in this link, but you are telling me no, I'm a liar, and they are not. As if you are telling me.
What are you telling?
Let me finish, please. Please give me 3 minutes, please, if you don't mind. As if you are telling me I have to go and ask the Antichrist about Christ. I have to learn from them about the Christ, not from you, a Christian. That's what you are doing. Now, I told you we have one type of what we call al-Qira'at al-Mutawatira. The second one, which we call al-Qira'at al-Shadha, which is the heretical readings and the rejected recitations and readings of the Holy Quran, which was not attributed to Prophet Muhammad.
I wasn't even talking about that.
No. I'm not talking to. In this lane that you quote, they have many words that they quote from this rejected recitation, which is not accepted by us, which we know that it is heretic. So they are using it in this lane. That's what I wanted to pay your attention to. Thank you very much. Have nothing else to say.
Okay, but I want to point out he was literally just citing Hafs and Warsh. He wasn't citing anything else. So, I mean, there's no rejected readings. Hafs is used throughout throughout the Middle East, and Warsh is used throughout North Africa. These are local variant readings. I'm not trying to, we don't even have to, speculate. He's just using Quran verses that are accepted, that are different. Okay.
By the way, he's not using only Hafs and Warsh. You see, you are even giving me a source that you are not aware of. He's using Hafs, Warsh, Qulum, Al-Thuri, Khalaf, and many others.
Right, but when he's talking, when he does the verse by verse comparison, that's Hafs.
No. Let me finish, please. There are some words which is from a rejected was added there. That's what I was trying to tell you. But you are not going to the original. I'm asking you to go to the original, which is available online from Islamic sources, and look it up for yourself. And then you will realize that they have a lot of lies in this league. That's what I wanted to reach with you. I want to help you to go to the right sources, please. Go to the Islamic sources, look for those things, and you will find them. That's what I'm trying to help you out here. Anyway,
Well,
thank you.
I'd have to do website searching to find where each of these editions is, and then I would have to physically do the comparison myself in a language I can't read. So I mean, this is strange. Little Fish Big Mountain says, so there's a heretical version. Doesn't that disprove his assertion that they all come together and never contradict?
It's not what I told you. We have what we call heretical readings, which people try to corrupt the Holy Quran, but because we memorize the Holy Quran by heart, those Israelites used it, so we know it's rejected. We call it as heretical, rejected, which was not attributed to Prophet Muhammad. So we have books about them. So when someone like yourself, with all due respect to you, will come and bring them to me, we will tell you those are heretics. Those are rejected readings. That's why it's still in our books.
But nobody's talking about things like the satanic verses. We're talking about like the actual readings themselves.
Right. But what he's pointing out, right, is it's kind of like a sort of like the breakdown in communication is sort of like the word concept sort of thing, because what he means by version and what you're meaning by version is two different things, right? He's saying that version is meaning that there's a different number of books, right? Like for example, right?
Yeah, but I don't. But I don't believe that.
Yeah. So he's not saying just in terms of the dialect, right, of the type of Arabic that's being used, and then furthermore in the link there's actually rejected, Qurans that are not accepted by like Islamic scholars, like such as like a Gnostic gospel, right, or something like that. Like Gospel of Thomas or something like that.
Like Apocrypha, for example.
Right.
Yeah, but what scholars are we talking about? They'll disagree among themselves.
No. With all due respect to you, what we call heretic and rejected, that's accepted unanimously by all Muslims.
Right.
All around the world.
By Sunni or Shia?
Both. All Muslims in general. All of them. That's why you said they contradict each other. I told you, please show me an example. Please.
Well, you just changed the word contradiction when I said narrative. They have different narratives, but you accept that they can be different but not contradict each other. That doesn't make sense.
I told you they have variation. We never say no.
Okay, so you just stuck the word. You could call it variation. I don't care. Call it what you will.
Please,
but they're different words and with different ideas going in different directions. That means that you don't have a consistent source or point of origin is not consistent. Look at Christianity has a consistent point of origin. That has been my point, because we do have a standard, we do have a rule. You don't.
You see, the issue here, I'm trying to explain to you Islam from Islamic sources, but with all due respect to you, are trying to impose your wrong idea of Islam on me.
Ditto, the same with you, towards me.
No. Me, whenever I say something, I quote you the Christian sources and I give it to you. And I tell you, go, and we read it together. And if I was wrong, you will correct me and I will accept that. If I was mistaken. When you speak about Septuagint, I showed you the Septuagint and I explained it to you the way I understand it, and I show you the sources. When you spoke about different versions, I quote you many versions, and I told you go to BibleHub.com, and I gave you the different.
To be fair, which we did, and it didn't.
I go to Christian sources. I don't go to the non-Christian, anti-Christian sources and bring it to you. I don't do that. I go to your own sources. But what you are doing here, he said from the beginning, he quote a non-Muslim. He said he's an infidel. He said it's an infidel link. He said that. So do you expect me to accept something from infidel anti-Islam? Of course not. So
I understand that. But the problem is that if what the narrative that is coming out of Islam as a whole is not representative representative of actual history. I've brought up the Uthmanic Codex like half a dozen times, and you kind of just brushed it off. But it's important because if there were a bunch of heretical and problematic Qurans, and Uthman had to burn them all, then that means the transmission was not perfect. Otherwise, there would only be one. But he had to reduce it to one because there were not one, there were many of them.
When did that reduction take place?
No. You said that Uthman burned heretical Quran. Am I correct? Did I hear you correctly?
Well, he burned the ones he believes to be heretical.
No. You said exactly. Uthman burned heretical Quran. That's what you said. Am I correct?
I said he believed they were heretical.
No. Can you show me any Islamic sources said that Uthman burned heretical Quran? Please.
Are you claiming that Uthman didn't do this?
No. I'm claiming that there is nothing called as heretical, and I'm claiming that he did not burn the Quran.
That's the charge is that he
show me
burned
this, please.
Books that were in contradiction to the Quran itself. Because what Uthman did is he unified the language of Arabic, so there are different dialects.
Exactly. I don't know. The gentleman here is a Muslim or what? I don't know who is he.
Yes. Yeah.
You're a Muslim?
Yes.
Oh, mashallah, I didn't know. Alhamdulillah. So he gave you the right answer. There is nothing called as heretical Quran. None, my friend. So this is something that you came up with also.
So I'm trying to what did he burn then? What did he burn? He had to burn something.
Okay, let me tell you something. Now you should know what is the difference between Quran and Mus'haf. Quran is the literal words of Allah. Mus'haf is the materials that they use to write the words of Allah on it. Quran was memorized and received orally by Prophet Muhammad. What was burned? The transcription, not that, what do you call this? Not the transmission. Now, as the brother told you, during the time of Uthman, Islam was spreading so fast all around the world in even non-Muslim, non-Arab countries. So the recitation of the Holy Quran was in this area is different than the other area, depending on the dialect that they are using, which is what we call a while ago al-ahruf al-sab'a, 7 modes and 10 recitation. So for Uthman bin Affan to unite them all under one tongue, he kept the one that been revealed in the tongue of Bani Quraysh, the tribe of Prophet Muhammad, the tongue of Prophet Muhammad. He kept it with him, and he burned the other masahif, not Quran. The material that was written on it, not Quran. You cannot burn the Quran because Quran is the words that we orally memorize by heart. You got the point? As the brother told you, he unified Muslims all around the world in one recitation, which is the one that we have in our hands today. We call it Al-Quran Al-Uthmani.
But there are still different versions of the Quran.
Now, once again, to the last time I'll ask you, will you please be kind enough, show me any Islamic sources says Hafs version, Warsh version, Qanun version. I'm telling you in advance.
They don't say version, they say according to.
No. It is narration according to, because that's the meaning in Arabic. It is written there on the cover, and I showed you right now. I have it in my hand.
But do you understand at least what I mean when I fundamentally say it's semantics, because we're talking about different versions? Like, I mean, practically. Like, if you can say narration according to, but that still is a version. Does that make sense?
No. The Father Joseph, with all due respect to you, once again, what you are trying to do here, you are trying to give your own definition for the narration, call it as version, reading the Holy Quran in a Christian context and perspective, not an Islamic perspective. I'm trying to teach you Islam in our Islamic perspective, but you are trying to impose on me that your Christian perspective is correct and my Islamic perspective is wrong.
Well, I can flip that right around on you, and I could say that you're imposing on me that this version doesn't exist, that different versions don't exist when they do, which is telling me that I have to believe something other than my eyes.
So, Father Joseph, you see the issue here? I told you we as Muslim accept it. We call it as variation. That's what we do. Narration. Now, let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. But you are trying to force on me that it is not narration. You want to tell me that those narrations are different versions. We know all those 10 recitations by heart. And I showed you that I have the book with me. Now we name it according to our beloved Prophet Muhammad. From his time until now, he call it narration. But you want to, if those are versions, I will ask you a very simple question, then you can answer me, please. You see, during the time of Prophet Muhammad, they called him magician, crazy, mad, false prophet. They attack him all the way they can to prove that he was a false prophet. Now, if those were different versions as you claim, that was the best point, the best time for enemy of Islam like Abu Lahab, Abu Jahl, those whose mother tongue was the language of the Quran. That was the best time for them to come to Prophet Muhammad and tell him you are a liar. There are so many versions of the whole Quran. You said only one version, but you have so many. And they contradict each other. But no one did that in his time because they are aware of the Arabic language. It's their mother tongue, and they know that they are not different versions, and they know that Prophet Muhammad was reciting the Holy Quran in all those 10 modes. Did I answer your question? I cannot do anything better than that.
I mean,
I would say that the answer would be judge not, lest ye be judged, because when you judge the Christians for their versions, you are guilty of the same. You just don't want to admit it.
Now, Ayana Kari says, Amir Moezi suggests alternative versions or missing elements, even questioning its completeness or integrity compared to earlier potential texts. He's a practicing Muslim theologian. Comments?
I don't know. Someone write a comment and he told you, come here, speak to me. No. I'm talking to you now. We are talking to one another. I open my cam. You see me. I see you.
Oh, okay.
I don't. With all due respect to you, I don't deal with the chat text. I call them keyboard warrior. If he has something, he can join us here. He can present me the evidence. He can give me the source, the Islamic source. Then we will read it together. As simple as that.
You're putting a list of requirements. Why don't you just answer his one criticism?
No. It's a false. I will tell you it's a false claim. Give me the evidence. Allah says in the Quran, I told you in the beginning, Allah says 4 times in the Holy Quran, قُلْ هَاتُوا بُرْهَانَكُمْ كُنْتُمْ صَادِقِينَ. Present us the evidence if you are saying the truth. So come here, please. Give me the Islamic evidence. We will read it together, and I will assure you 1,000,000% that you are reading it in a Christian context or any other context that suits your needs. You are not reading it in Islamic perspective. That's what you are doing.
I thought Father Joseph brought up someone's comment and he asked you just to address it, and you didn't do it. Father Joseph, you want to bring it up again?
What he was
Amir Moezi suggests alternative versions of
he wasn't able to present it. Actually, I told him to present. He was looking for it, and that's the best he came up with. He told me it's an infidel link.
Wait,
yeah, I'd like to question. Just looking at the comment there, I can sort of answer, right? We are not beholden to just scholars, right? So if somebody is just a scholar, right, because they could be a Shia scholar, they could be any sect of Islam, right? They could be pro-Zionist, they could be any type of, they could be a Wahhabist, right? So it could be any type of Muslim scholar, right? Just like, I could quote a Christian Zionist source and say, well, look at this Christian scholar saying this about the Bible, and that might not be seen as that legitimate.
Father
so
Joseph,
what is your standard?
I will tell you something. We have what we call in Islamic law, in Sharia, al-ijma'. Al-ijma' means unanimous or majority. When you have an issue in Islam, they present it to the people of knowledge, the highest people of knowledge, and then they discuss it. Now we come like election, majority. Now, to the majority who accept this opinion, so as Muslims, we adopt the opinion of the majority. Each group submit their evidence. They study the evidence together, they examine them together, then they come up with a conclusion. Now, this conclusion depends on the majority, so we take the opinion of the majority. For example, suppose that what he says is correct. So he brings us 1 out of 1 million. You understand what I'm saying? So 1% after 1 million person. So I don't go to the 1%, I go to the 1 million. That's what Islam is teaching us. That's the human common sense.
Yet we're supposed to be beholden to Aladdin and his interpretation from the Sunni Salafi scholars. For the record, I did leave the stream for about 15 minutes. I don't know, but I have seen in the comments the reference to Salafism. I don't know if Aladdin is actually a Salafist. So
he does. Yeah, I don't think he mentioned that, but yeah.
I think that was it sounded like a good point to me.
I never say that. I don't know what now you see now he put words in my mouth that I never said. See, how do you want?
You're not a Salafi.
No. How do you want me to? You know what's the meaning of Salafi?
Come again?
You know what is the meaning of Salafi?
Solipsist?
Salafi.
A law to oneself.
No.
No. I think it comes from the word aslaf, right? And that means
Salaf, aslaf. You know what is Salafi? Salafi means that the companion of Prophet Muhammad. Prophet Muhammad is companion of the companion, the followers, up to our time. We call them as Salaf, Salafi. So Salaf is
Salafism is a fairly new movement.
Now I'm telling you, Salafi means a person who follows the Salaf, who follows the companion.
I think there's a linguistic issue here, not getting the right definition of the word.
No, I'm sure your interpretation of the word Salafi is accurate. I'm simply saying Salafists as a movement have not existed until recently.
With all due respect to you, again, Father Joseph, I don't care about movement. I don't speak according. I always speak according to the Quran and Sunnah, as I told you. If you want to talk to me, don't tell me this person says that. Tell me Quran says this, and the Sunnah said that. Then bring me the scholar who said this about the verse that you will quote. Then we'll read it together. Don't do like I don't deal with the person. I call them keyboard warriors.
I don't know who he is.
So that's why you see you are taking from him whatever suit your needs. So now you are telling me you don't know. How do you know that he's an honest person? You know, he's not even joining us. He doesn't have the guts to come and face me and talk to me with respect like I'm talking with you.
Well, he just wrote, so he's Salafi.
No, come and throw it on my face. Come and throw it on my face.
I don't know that it's an insult.
No, it's not an insult. No. I will be happy to be a Salafi. I don't mind. Salafi, that's mean is a follower of the companions of Prophet Muhammad. And I follow Prophet Muhammad, his companion of the companion until our time. I follow anything that follow the Quran and the Sunnah. And they were following the Quran and the Sunnah. So I have no problem following them. But I never called myself like that. I call myself as a Muslim. I am a Muslim.
Okay.
All right. Follow Quran and Sunnah. That's it. This is who I am.
All right. Well, we're going on. It's the fourth hour. So again, we do have to help keep the lights on. Support us by subscribing or donating at nfcu.net with various options like PayPal, Cash App, BTC, LTC, or XMR, or on Give Send Go. We have kind of an ambitious goal, but we have been on kind of ambitiously long. So whatever you can.
By the way, Father Joseph, it's almost 4:45 a.m. my place. Time for early morning prayers is around after 10 minutes. I have to go to the mosque, which is nearby my house in the Philippines. Alhamdulillah.
Okay.
It's almost 5 a.m. here. So if I say something that offended you or offended the other gentleman,
no, not at all. No.
That's what I do always as a Muslim.
I hope you haven't been offended that we're questioning.
No. I'm an open-minded man. I am over 60 years old. Don't worry. I don't get offended that easily. Don't worry. I'm an old man with a gray hair and I have no hair on my head. I showed you the cam. I'm almost balded. Don't worry. I'm old enough. I've been experiencing this for more than 30 years. And I want to add something to you. In the past, when I was young, I was in your position. I went to the Catholic Church. I drank the blood of the Lord. I ate his body. I went to the confession room. I lighted the candle when I entered the church. I hold the holy water on my right hand and I put it on my face. I've done all this when I was young. And I realized, yes, and my wife was almost a former Catholic nun.
No, I did not. How old are you?
60, almost 62.
Okay. Because just so you know, I was a former Roman Catholic and I'm 50.
I'm 60. I'm almost 62. I'm not that young. April, I'll be 62. You see, I've been, what I'm trying to tell you, I am not a Muslim because my parents are Muslims. No. I am a Muslim because I learned and decided to study either Christianity or Islam is correct because I choose to marry a Christian woman. So we cannot both be correct. So at the end, my wife accepted Islam, alhamdulillah. And she's now preaching Islam. She's a teacher of Islam. after she was almost a Catholic nun. So this is.
Let me ask you a question. So you were already a Muslim when you guys got married, and then your wife converted, correct?
Come again?
So you were a Muslim already, and then when you got married, your wife converted.
No. My wife converted after 15 years, after 18 years almost. Not,
Oh wow, that's a
yeah.
long.
I'm telling you, I was living with her. I used to bring her. I'm telling you, I used to go with her to the Catholic Church, and I used to practice with her at the beginning.
Yeah. I mean, I used to practice in the Catholic Church too.
She was not Muslim. She became Muslim, I think, after 15 or 18 years. We've been married for more than 30 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah. We are both over 60. We are not as young. So I've been through all those things, believe me. So when I speak to you with all due love and respect, I speak to you out of experience that I have been through. I was in your shoes one day. I know where are you now. I was there and I'm here now.
But can I say something? But
Please.
you're not, Father Joseph is not Catholic anymore. I went through the Catholic Church. I am not Catholic anymore. We are Orthodox.
We're real Catholics as opposed to Roman Catholics.
So do you
You were not getting the real thing. In your Catholic experience, you were not getting the real thing.
Do you consider the Catholic as a Christian?
We consider them heretics.
So they are not Christian, they're heretics.
Correct.
Okay. Do you consider Protestant as Christian?
Come again?
Do you consider Protestants as a Christian or heretics?
Depending on, I would say that they're heretics, but again, let me put it to you this way. Say, for example, somebody has a dream about Jesus. They realize that they want to become a Christian. They have the belief of a Christian. I'm not going to automatically say that they're not a Christian, but once you join a heretical sect, I would say that makes a difference.
By the way, as far as I know, because I used to have, I have a lot of Orthodox friends, especially in the Middle East. I know that you believe that some denominations of Protestants, you consider them as a Christian, but majority of Protestants, you consider them as heretics. Am I correct?
No. I would say that blanket, if you're not Orthodox, you're not really a Christian.
So you mean those Arab Coptics are wrong? Those Arab.
Well, they've been wrong for a pretty long time, like 1,500 years.
Coptic Christians, you disagree? They are Orthodox like you.
I don't think they're Orthodox. They don't accept all the councils. They reject 4 of the 7 major councils.
Do you know that in Egypt more than 20 million Orthodox Coptic Christian, and they have a huge church, they have a huge community, and
I love their stuff. It's beautiful. I think that they do wonderful services and artwork, but that doesn't take away from the fact that they abandoned the Council of Chalcedon and condemn it and consider saints of the church to be heretics. I mean, but it doesn't mean I don't like them personally. I think they're very nice people. From what I've met, they're very friendly and they're good. They have a good Christian heart. I believe that there's something to be said for them positively, but in the end, they don't accept the counsels of the Orthodox Church.
So for sure, I understand that you consider Mormons, Joseph Smith as a non-Christian, Seventh-day Adventist, Ellen G. White, non-Christian.
Oh no, those are crazy people. I don't. Yeah, that's not even. They're not. No, they're not. Those aren't.
And their prophet Manalo, so they are all out of box. You throw them.
Yeah, those are. I mean, when you start saying that, God is a big man and you can become just like him, that's kind of insane. And a lot of the denominations of Protestantism are insane. Some of them are very normal, but many of them are just nuts. So yeah, and Mormons, I don't even technically think they can be called Christians because they don't really believe in the Trinity except abstractly. So yeah.
It's not that they don't believe in the Trinity. They have their own version of the Trinity. You can say that. They have their own version of the Trinity, which is different than your version.
Well, yeah, no, their version of the Trinity is, you become a god and have your own planets.
Yes. Even the concept of the Trinity is different. The Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father alone or from the Father and the Son. The Father and the Son have one nature, or they have 2 different natures. They have one will, 2 different will. So they're different than you, right? Orthodox.
Orthodox believe that, the The Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father. Period.
Yeah, I know from the Father alone. Yeah, I'm aware of that. And they have one will. But if you come to the others, they said they proceed from the Father and the Son, and they have two different wills: the will of the Son and the will of the Father.
There's not one will. One will is a heresy. That's monothelitism. That was condemned at the Fifth Council.
So you believe in one will or two wills?
Two wills.
And so they contradict each other, or they agree with one another?
They are in perfect agreement.
So how about when Jesus says, I can do nothing by my will, but by the will of the one who has sent me? When he say I can't, so he doesn't have his own will.
Wait a second, that's Jesus' submission.
No. When he say I can do nothing by my will, so he doesn't
Right.
have his own.
Not about the
He
will of
doesn't.
the Father.
So he's not. He doesn't have the free will. Does
No,
he?
he has perfect will. He's in perfect unity with the Father. It's not that he doesn't have free will.
For example, let's say, for example, I will tell you, Mr. Father Joseph,
Yeah.
pass this cup away from me, but you will tell me no. So therefore, my will is to pass it away, but your will is to do it, to drink it. So I drank it, even though my will is to pass it away. So do I have my free will, or I was, or I'm not?
Well,
I'll
I
repeat.
mean, I believe in free will, but I feel like that's not, when we're talking about those specific examples, Christ is demonstrating obedience. That's not him showing a disunity of his will. That's just a difference of the human nature.
No. Did you understand? I mean, did you get my question? What I was trying.
I'm trying to understand.
I'm sorry because I told you English is my third language, maybe because of my English. Let me repeat myself. When Jesus was on the cross, he said, for example, if I'm not, if my memory, correct me, in Matthew chapter 26, verse 39, let this cup pass away from me. In Matthew 26, verse 42, I think also he said, if this cup may pass away from me, I'll bring it, the will be done. Let be your will, not my will. So the will of Jesus here is not to drink the cup, but the Father will is to drink the cup. So
Yeah,
Jesus
I think Little
drink the
Bishop Mountain says it best. That verse is proof of a distinct human will, not a lack of free will.
No. What I cannot understand when you said that they agree with each other. When Jesus said, "My will not to drink,"
That's
but
the
Father
human
will
will.
drink. So how can they agree? They contradict. He said not drink. This one
That's
say
the
drink.
human will. That's the point, but he does agree. So that's not an issue.
Anyway, thank you very much. I do apologize if I said something wrong. That should be from me
No,
or
it's
from
fine.
Satan. If I say
Ayana Kari asked, does Aladdin believe Shia or Muslims? Just checking.
so, let him come. Let him come. Let him come and ask me the question, and I will answer him before I go because I have to step to the mosque in 5 minutes.
Right. Yeah, it sounds like you're running out
Come
of
and
time.
ask me the question, and I'll answer you face to face right now.
Okay, Yanakar, he really wants you to come up if you want.
Father Joseph, with all respect to you, I don't like those, I call them as the keyboard warriors. I don't deal with them. Your link is Bender. He's welcome. You're a Christian. He's a Christian. You will welcome him more than you welcome me. So I don't find a reason for him not to join. You're giving him the panel. You are telling him come. I don't know why he's not coming. So how do you want me to get such person seriously?
I mean, sometimes people are busy. It's not they listen more than they
Oh,
can
man,
type up.
please give me a break. He's been typing for the past 2 hours and he's busy.
I don't know. I don't know his life.
He has all time to type, but he has no time to come join us for 1 minute. Ask the question, then leave. I have to go.
Okay,
Thank
well, humor me. I'm asking the question. He says I'm babysitting, can't speak. It's just a question, man. Holy moly. I'll ask that. Consider the question from me.
I'll answer his question, then I will leave. I'll do
Okay.
it. I'll do it for your sake because I'm guessing your panel.
Okay.
You see, we have what we call in Arabic Islamic language al-hujjah. Al-hujjah or al-bayyinah, which means if you give them the evidence. So if you speak with any Shia and you show him the truth and he will deny it, even though after you give him the evidence of the truth, in this way, you will call him as non-Muslim. But Shia who doesn't know anything about the reality, about the truth, they only follow blindly their scholars without investigating what is going on. Those people who lack knowledge, we cannot say they are not Muslims. They are Muslims 100% because Prophet Muhammad who said, "Man qala la ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah faqad dakhala al-Jannah." Whoever says there is no God worthy to be worshipped but Allah and Muhammad is last and final messenger will enter Jannah. If he associate any partner with Allah, he's out of Islam. If he will mock Prophet Muhammad's wife or he will mock the companion of Prophet Muhammad, he's out of Islam. If you do anything that contradicts the Holy Quran and Sunnah, he's out of Islam. After you explain to him and give him the evidence that what he is doing is haram, it's not accepted. You understand? So therefore, we have what we call hujjah, al-bayyinah, evidence. I don't know how to say this in English. You have to submit the evidence for him. If you submit the evidence, still he's denying and he's arrogant to accept the truth, so he's 100% out of Islam. Did I answer the question? You see how easy for me to answer? I don't go around the bush. Straight to the point. Have to go out. Brother, to the Muslim brother,
No
Jazakallah.
problem. I understand. It's fine. And you're, as always, you can come back, but we can set up a proper time to have a discussion.
Sure. And I appreciate
It is 5 in the morning where you are, so I don't want
honestly, I did not receive your email except now. Allah is my witness. It's only now.
and God is my witness that I did send it.
No, I believe you. Believe me, if I want to lie about it, I would not
I don't
join
think
you.
you're lying. I think it went in the junk folder. If you're honest,
Well, I was
probably
waiting.
or something.
I was waiting for this moment, actually.
Yeah, I wrote a month ago.
Okay, thank you very much, brother, Muslim brother. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, peace.
Peace to all of you. Assalamu alaikum.
Take care. Okay, well, that was interesting. But yeah, that was colorful. I mean, well, that was good. Father, how are things going over there? You've been kind of quiet.
I'm my volume. I'm struggling with the volume.
You sound fine here. That's what's weird.
It's probably my technical problem because my hearing of you all is very low volume, and I've been trying to bump it up, but so I try to catch as much as I can. So I thought it was very interesting, but I think that, again, I'm of the opinion that that there are many versions of the Quran, and that they are different, that there is no consistency. We have a standard. The Bible is very consistent, even among the certain versions. They stick pretty good to the original text. Some, when they go off, it's obvious. You can see it. And the scholars have corrected them, shown them to be false. And so our standard remains. And they don't have a standard. And so I'm more convinced of that in this conversation than before.
Hold on one second. Someone is noting my volume. Okay, it's switched again. So give me a second.
Oh wow, yeah, you sound much better now.
Yeah, somehow I got switched to my it got switched to my camera
Hello?
microphone.
Yeah.
I hear you, Father.
No, I don't hear Father Joseph now.
You don't hear me at all? What?
Yeah, that's weird.
You know what? I'm going to sign off and I'll be back because usually
right.
that solves the problem.
Yeah, that'll fix it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Are my audio issues done though, or?
Yeah, your audio is much better now.
Okay. Yeah, because I switched to the proper mic. Yeah. So my big thing, and I'm going to be honest, because I feel like this is a bad argument on both sides, and what I mean by that is that if we look at, like, I'm using the term variant, texts of the Quran, the differences are relatively minor. As in they're like,
right.
Yeah, and but the point is, in Bible versions, the differences are also relatively minor.
Right.
So when we get confronted, and oftentimes, different Dawah guys will do this. They'll try to say that we have a bunch of different editions. My point is, it's not different on the other side in many ways, but it's presented like it is, and so that's my issue.
Yeah, I agree with that. Usually when I argue against the atheistic, people of that bend, or people who take the view of mythicism, right? We have to argue for the historicity of both the Bible and the Quran. So, so just to say that, Muhammad, that was a historical figure, that Paul was a historical figure, right? And so on and so forth. And the things that are, said by Christians and Muslims about those people are largely true, right? So,
yeah, and that's where I think that's where the issue is. What I was explaining, like what I was just saying, Father, was that kind of it's the argument that there's different wordings in different versions of the Quran. I mean, is effectively the same argument that many Dawah guys use on Christians to say there's different versions of the scriptures when they're substantially the same. So it's a bad argument altogether. But the point is, when it becomes a point of differences do not exist, that's where I forget the name of the scholar who pointed out that the concept of perfect preservation as used by these Dawah guys is not an honest presentation. But I think once you get to that, you explain the complexity of the situation. It's explicable, and I don't see it as a particularly huge argument. The bigger argument are the debates are what are actually, if we just get over the minor differences, the actual differences. And so that's where my focus would like to be. And I felt bad that with Aladdin, most of the focus became on just arguing on the basis of the preservation of the text, where what we should be arguing is the substance of the text, and that would solve the problem more.
I think that becomes a diversion. I think that becomes a diversionary tactic to aim at some other target rather than the main one. It throws the discussion off the main issue, and that's a diversion.
Yeah, and the point is, it's a diversion either way. Whether the Muslim accuses the Christian of having disparate text, or the Christian accuses the Muslim of having disparate text, no one's dealing with the text. That's what should be done.
Well, I think didn't your display of the texts in the Arabic, however, but didn't they show a lot of different content?
Yeah, but they're not here. Look if we look at it again.
Some of them are very similar.
Yeah. Here. Let me pull up this one here to make my point. And I think, and this is the point, little fish, big mountain. It's my point here. He says, if there was a biblical manuscript variance that said either he, they, or they said, that would be used by some Dawah guys as proof that the Bible's corrupted, but in the Quran, it's just recitations. And these aren't very different. So let me just put it back up here.
I think,
for example, owner of the day versus king of the day. That's
right. It's not.
Or they deceive versus they seek to deceive.
Right.
That's not much.
Wouldn't be qualitatively different.
Yeah, and so you find these in our scriptures as well, in different different manuscripts. So the point is this is not a valid argument either way. And so but it is it's interesting more than anything else. This is a book in Arabic. I can't read. Can you read that? Or I can't read that. But the point is, basically,
zoomed in. Yeah, I could read it.
Let me zoom in then. Hold on.
But I mean, I won't be able to translate it because the problem is that this would be like classical Arabic.
Yeah.
So Arabs wouldn't speak this Arabic today, right? They would have to actually learn classical Arabic to be able to translate it. Just as like the modern Greek is not the Greek that's in
right. Now I thought that like Saudi Arabic, for example, is actually like basically classical Arabic, but
it's different. Grammatically speaking, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So in any case, the whole point is that this is not unknown in the Islamic world. So when it's presented as being like false, that's a mistake. I mean, it's been known in the Islamic world; they've known about this the whole time, so it's not a shocker. Or
right.
So why did they bring it up to the Christian public when they have the same issues?
Well, I think it's because they're talking about like the version, because the King James version, right? That may be pretty different than like an Orthodox study Bible or something like that.
Believe it or not, it's not. A lot of Orthodox use the King James liturgically in church.
Oh, I did not know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
Oh, yeah.
interesting. Yeah, so
That's,
I wasn't
you
aware
know,
that
most
they're quite similar.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, even the ones that aren't King James usually still use the Elizabethan style of English. So,
Well, then I guess I would say the Protestants would be the different because they would rely on the Masoretic text, and there's a little bit of a discussion about that difference because they rely on a different sort of language for their interpretation. Right?
yeah, no,
Well,
I would. Oh, go ahead, Father.
let's put it this way: the Protestants reject the Masoretic text rejects certain portions of the Old Testament which were written in Greek. You know, the Deuterocanon they call it.
Yeah, because
So
they're using the Masoretic reckoning, and
and so
modern
therefore,
Bible versions are doing that a lot.
I'll give you an example. Okay, so I was trained Protestant, all right? The book of Esther, and that was brought up in discussion tonight, but not today, but not in much detail. But the book of Esther, for example, the Masoretic text does not have, like the third chapter of Esther,
Yeah,
about 40 verses or so. It does not have the prayer of Mordecai, I think it is, or it could be the prayer of
correct.
Esther, but it doesn't have it. Well, in Mordecai's narrative, and this was a question that I always had in the back of my mind about the book of Esther, was that why did Mordecai disrespect Haman? And the Protestant Bible does not resolve that question because it became the major issue of conflict of why Haman hated the Jews. And so, you know, you're left hanging as far as what created that conflict. Well, the Septuagint has those verses in its body, and with the prayer of, I think it's Mordecai, he says, Lord, you know my heart. You know that I refused to bow before Haman because Haman required that I be worshipped as God. That Haman wanted to have the same worship as God. Let me correct that, okay? Make sure you understand what is being
While
said
you do
here.
that, I just want to say thank you for helping keep the lights on to Tom Ketzelfanis with $13.99 in the super chat. So I am updating this. We are now at $336 goal. We have collected 64. So if anyone wants to help keep the lights on, this would be a good week for it. So let's continue on. Sorry about that, Father. So
That's all right. That's all right. So anyway, so the point is that that part of the narrative was deleted by the Jews, who it would seem did not want the idea that Mordecai refused to worship a foreign god, a foreign civil leader as having godhood. He refused to do it. And it cost that whole conflict. And then Haman, of course, was found out and was put on his own hanging noose and hung. Okay, so so you see, that's one really good example of how the Protestant Church deletes the Old Testament. And there are, of course, the apocryphal books they delete. And so so you know the conflict becomes obvious for what it is. And so we can see it, and we can see the prejudice involved, and we look back at the antiquity of the Septuagint as being reliable, and we throw out the Masoretic as being prejudiced. And then we also throw out other manuscripts and say the minority text shows prejudice. It does not show integrity. We will stick with the majority text. So, you know, I mean, these are the debates that are within the what you call the lower criticism of the Bible, which means the lower criticism is the text, the criticism of how the text came about, what manuscripts we use, what are good, what are bad, what are in between. So they have all that study done. I think it's fascinating, but But anyway, so that's what we're looking at as far as the texts are concerned.
Yeah, and I think I think similarly, most scholarship I've seen, like if you go to like a school to go and study the Quran, you'll have to first learn the classical Arabic and learn how that's grammatically different, and then you'll be able to read. Um, but yeah, I don't think that modern just Arabic people. Similarly, if like a Greek person without context, understanding the language, if they, just got up and started, translating the Bible, it wouldn't go so well.
Yeah, yeah. So
about that. Sorry about that. But anyway, so we are now basically in the 5th hour of the stream.
I think you set a record.
Yeah, I think we did. We did, but it all came down to daytime because of the fact that there was no way I would go to a stream this long. We got close.
Yeah.
We did 4.5 hours at one point, but this is a new record. But in any case, yeah. So I'm gonna close out because I am doing the stream tomorrow, and I could be here all day, but we'll have another stream tomorrow. So I am just going to close out by saying, thank you to everyone. First off, thank you to Father Boniface and Reader John, who had to drop off early today, for always being helpful for me to me here. And thank you to the Machine Lives for being here. Thank you to
Blessings.
Aladdin for his visit, and it was 4K at the beginning, I believe. So it is it's the 12 days of nativity. So enjoy it. Yes, little wing of the member chat. Yep, and blessed nativity to all. Then no problem. Yanakari, he says thank you for Father Joseph, Father Boniface, love and respect, TML. Good timing. Football's about to start. Don't tempt me to stay on the screen here. Yeah, Saturday morning and Sunday evening shows sound like the way to go. Well, I go with the largest number of listeners we had quite a few today, so this is good.
Well, I'll put a bug in the ear of the Republican National Committee to give you a call.
Yeah, give me another call. And just don't forget, they really, really wanted you to know that their number is 202. Hold on. What is it? Their number is 202-863-8500. So it looks like Metropolitan Demetrius's interview just finished. So I am gonna head over to that and watch that, and God willing, it's gonna be really good. Machika Stephanie said that, and Ayanakari, I think the point is yes. I think it has, because how would she have known unless she was watching it? Let me see here. So I think that's gonna be where I'm gonna go. So, well, first I'm gonna get some food, but because I haven't eaten anything. So yeah. In any case, once again, thank you not only to everyone who came on, those who had questions, those who had comments, those who support our mission. Support the channel. We at NFTU need your help. Support us by subscribing or donating at nftu.net or on Give Send Go. We remember all of you in our prayers, and thank you all for the support for NFTU. And as always, don't forget to like and subscribe. Through the prayers of Holy Fathers, Lord Jesus Christ, our God, have mercy on us and save us. Amen.
Amen.
Take care, everyone.
God bless. Thank you.
All right. Bye now.
Yeah, thank you guys for a very pleasurable conversation. Yeah, talk to you guys soon.
Praise the Lord.